Before we go anywhere tonight, I want to ask you something simple. Look at your hand, really look at it. The color of your skin, whatever shade it is, whatever tone, whatever the particular warmth or coolness of it in the light of wherever you are right now, that color is not random. It is not decoration. It is not simply what you were born with in the way that you were born with a name or a nationality or a preference for certain foods. It is the result of a journey so long and so full of ice and fire and chance and survival and death and love that most people will go their entire lives without knowing a single chapter of it. You are carrying tens of thousands of years of human history in the pigment of your skin. And tonight, we are going to follow that story all the way back to the beginning, to the first humans, to the first migrations, to the cold and the dark and the extraordinary biological transformation that produced over thousands of generations, the extraordinary diversity of human appearances that now covers this planet. Before we begin, drop in the comments what country you're listening from tonight and what time it is where you are. I always read them. There is something I find genuinely moving about knowing where these late night explorers are spread across the world, all following the same story into sleep. Now, let the day go. Let your body settle. And let's begin. Part 1, Out of Africa. The original human, there is a woman. She lived approximately 200,000 years ago in what is now Ethiopia. She did not know she was the first of anything. She did not know that the small group of people she belonged to, perhaps a few hundred individuals, perhaps a few thousand, living in the complex, dangerous, beautiful landscape of East Africa, would eventually become every human being on Earth. She did not know about Europe, about Asia, about the frozen steppes that lay tens of thousands of kilometers to the north, or the vast Pacific that lay even further to the east. She knew her valley, her people, the particular shade of the light at dawn when it came over the eastern hills, the sounds of the animals that moved through the tall grass at night, the faces of the people she loved. She was fully human in every sense that matters. Her brain was the same size as yours. Her capacity for language, for planning, for memory, for grief, for joy, identical to yours in every meaningful way. Her skin was dark, deeply, richly, beautifully dark, not because of any particular choice or circumstance, but because of physics, because of the sun, because of 3.5 billion years of evolution that had, long before her, solved the problem of living under the intense ultraviolet radiation of the African equatorial sun in a remarkably elegant way. With melanin, the physics of melanin is a molecule, not a complicated molecule. As molecules go, a polymer of dihydroxyindole units produced in specialized cells called melanocytes deposited in the outer layers of skin. It is, in the most literal sense, a sunscreen. It absorbs ultraviolet radiation, the same radiation that damages DNA, that causes the mutations that lead to cancer, that breaks down the folate molecules that are essential for the development of the nervous system in a growing fetus. And it converts that radiation into heat, harmless, dissipated heat. The more melanin your skin contains, the better it does this job. The more protected your DNA, the more intact your folate, the healthier, on average, your pregnancies. In East Africa, 200,000 years ago, under a sun that bears down with an intensity most of the people now listening to this will never experience in their lives, dark skin was not a cosmetic choice. It was the difference between having healthy children and not, between your genes passing forward and dying with you, between survival and extinction. And for the first 100,000 years of human existence, it was the only kind of skin there was. Every human being on Earth, for the first 100,000 years of our species' existence, had dark skin. Every single one. The diversity we see now, the extraordinary range of human appearances, the spectrum from deepest brown to palest pink, the thousands of variations in between, all of that came later. All of it is the product of what happened when eventually some of those dark-skinned East African humans started moving north into the unknown. Part 2, the long walk north, what migration feels like. We use the word migration easily, clinically, as if it describes a simple process, a population moving from point A to point B, like a file being transferred from one hard drive to another. It doesn't feel like that. It never did. Migration, the kind of migration that shaped human history, the migrations of small bands of people across landscapes that had never seen a human footprint, was not a decision made at a meeting. It was not planned. It was not a journey anyone set out on with the intention of crossing continents. It was, in almost every case, the slow accumulation of thousands of individual decisions over thousands of years. A family moving to a better hunting ground. A group following a herd that moved further north than usual one season. A young man walking further than his father had walked and finding food and staying. His children walking further still, their children further, and so on, generation by generation, kilometer by kilometer, until over tens of thousands of years, humans had moved from the Rift Valley of East Africa to the edges of Europe and Asia. Not because anyone planned to, but because there was always a little more to explore, always a valley beyond the next ridge, always a horizon. The first steps out, the first humans to leave Africa, the ones who crossed the land bridges and coastal routes that connected Africa to the rest of the world, did so somewhere between 60,000 and 80,000 years ago, perhaps earlier. The evidence is still being debated, but somewhere in that window, somewhere in the long, warm, complicated middle of our species' existence, some of us left. Why? The honest answer is we don't fully know. Perhaps a prolonged drought in East Africa pushed populations toward the coasts, where marine resources offered an alternative food supply. Perhaps the population simply grew large enough that some groups were pushed into new territories. Perhaps it was curiosity, that restless, specifically human quality, the inability to look at a horizon without wondering what lies beyond it, may have been as much a driver of the great human dispersal as any environmental pressure. We are the only species that explores for the sake of exploring, that climbs mountains because they're there, that builds vessels to cross oceans to places that offer no obvious survival advantage over where we already are. Whatever the reason, they left and the world was never the same. The coastal highway, the first migrants did not walk into the interior of Asia. They followed the coast, the coastlines of the Indian Ocean from the Horn of Africa, around the Arabian Peninsula, along the southern edge of Asia, all the way to Australia, offered something that the interior could not. Consistent food. The ocean is not empty. It never was. The tidal zones, the shallow coastal waters, the estuaries and mangrove forests and coral reefs of the tropical Indian Ocean coast, all of them were rich in shellfish, in fish, in the kind of reliable, year-round nutrition that allowed small bands of migrants to keep moving, to keep exploring. The coastal route is sometimes called the beachcomber route by archaeologists. And there's something in that image, a small group of dark-skinned humans walking along a beach under a hot sun eating shellfish and fish and whatever the tide brought in, looking out at an ocean they had no way of crossing, and a land that stretched endlessly ahead, something that makes the vast sweep of human history suddenly feel small, intimate, real. These were not abstractions. They were people, hungry, curious, tired, afraid, in love with each other, grieving the dead, telling stories around fires at night, just like us, just like you, lying somewhere tonight, listening to their story. Part 3. What darkness does to skin, the problem with moving north. Here is the thing about moving north. The sun changes, not the sun itself that remains constant, burning at the same intensity it has burned for 5 billion years. But the relationship between the sun and the surface of the earth changes dramatically as you move away from the equator. At the equator, the sun is directly overhead for much of the year. Its rays hit the Earth's surface at a steep angle close to perpendicular, passing through the minimum amount of atmosphere, losing the minimum amount of energy. The ultraviolet radiation at the equator is intense, relentless, year-round, but move north or south toward the poles, and the geometry changes. The sun gets lower in the sky. Its rays hit the Earth at a shallower angle. They pass through more atmosphere. More of the ultraviolet radiation is absorbed before it reaches the surface. The intensity drops, and at the latitudes of northern Europe, at the latitudes of what is now Scandinavia, of northern Britain, of the Baltic coast, of the vast forests that covered most of Europe during the ice ages, the ultraviolet radiation in winter is almost negligible. For months at a time, the sun barely rises above the horizon. When it does, it is pale and low and cold. For a dark-skinned human, this is a problem, not because dark skin is dangerous in the north, but because of vitamin D. The vitamin D problem. Vitamin D is not really a vitamin. It is a hormone, a steroid hormone synthesized in the skin when ultraviolet B radiation interacts with a cholesterol-derived precursor molecule. It regulates calcium absorption. Without adequate vitamin D, bones do not mineralize properly. Children develop rigid, soft, deformed bones that curve under the body's weight. Pelvic bones deform in women, making childbirth dangerous. The immune system weakens. The risk of certain cancers increases. Vitamin D deficiency is not a minor inconvenience. In the pre-modern world, before supplements and fortified foods and the ability to correct deficiencies through diet, it was a significant cause of suffering and death. And here is the cruel irony of human migration northward. The very thing that protected your ancestors in Africa, the dark skin that absorbed ultraviolet radiation before it could damage your DNA, now worked against you in the north. Because the darker your skin, the more ultraviolet radiation is absorbed before it can reach the deeper skin layers where vitamin D synthesis occurs. Dark skin in the far north is like trying to charge a phone through a thick case. The signal gets through, but barely. Not enough. Not in winter. Not when the sun is low and the days are short and the sky is gray for months at a time. Dark-skinned humans in far northern environments, before the evolutionary adjustments that eventually lightened their skin, likely suffered significant vitamin D deficiency, especially in winter, especially during pregnancy. The pressure to change was enormous, and change eventually is what happened. The mutation, somewhere in Europe, sometime between 20,000 and 40,000 years ago, the exact date is still debated, a mutation occurred. It occurred, as all mutations do, randomly, in a single individual, in the DNA of one person one copying error in one gene, a gene called SLC45A2, or perhaps TYRP1, or perhaps one of the several other genes involved in melanin production, produced a slightly different version of the protein, a version that produced slightly less melanin. And this person, this first human with slightly paler skin in a slightly cold and slightly sun-deprived world, was slightly healthier, slightly more successful at synthesizing vitamin D during the long, dark northern winters, slightly better at sustaining pregnancy to term, slightly more likely to have surviving children, and those children carried the mutation, and their children and their children's children, generation by generation, the mutation spread. Not because anyone noticed, not because anyone chose, but because the cold mathematics of survival and reproduction, operating quietly over thousands of years, gradually increased the frequency of the lighter skin variant in the northern population. This is how evolution works. Not with drama, not with intention, with patience, with the accumulation of tiny advantages over geological spans of time. A slightly paler child, born to slightly paler parents in a cold European forest 30,000 years ago, had no idea that their descendants would eventually cover a significant fraction of the planet's surface. They just lived and had children and died and left the world very slightly different from how they found it. Part 4. The Ice Age and the Pale Child. A world of ice. To understand what was happening to human skin during this period, you need to understand the world in which it was happening, and that world was extraordinary. We are living in an interglacial period, a warm interval between ice ages. The world as we know it, with its temperate forests and stable coastlines and agricultural civilizations, is a product of the last 11,000 years of unusual warmth. But for most of the last 2.6 million years, the Earth has been significantly colder than it is today. Ice sheets have covered enormous areas of the Northern Hemisphere. The Laurentide ice sheet, which covered most of North America, was at its maximum extent nearly 3 kilometers thick. The Fennoscandian ice sheet covered all of Scandinavia and much of Northern Europe. Sea levels were 120 meters lower than today. Britain was not an island. It was connected to continental Europe by a wide land bridge. The North Sea was a plain. The English Channel was a river valley. The world was recognizable in its broad outlines, the same continents, the same mountain ranges, the same general geography, but colder, so much colder. And the humans who lived in this world, the early Europeans, navigating a landscape that was simultaneously beautiful and brutal, rich with game animals and dangerous with cold and predators, and the constant threat of starvation, were adapting to the cold, to the dark, to the low sun. The Ice Age Europeans, these were not primitive people. I want to be clear about this. The humans of Ice Age Europe, the ones we call Cro-Magnons or anatomically modern humans in Europe, were fully modern in every cognitive and physical sense. They were us. They had the same brains we have, the same capacity for abstract thought, for planning, for art, for music, for elaborate social relationships and complex communication, and they made things that, when we find them in the archaeological record tens of thousands of years later, stop us cold. The cave paintings of Lascaux in France, 37,000 years old. Animals rendered with a vividness and skill that professional artists today find genuinely astonishing. Not crude sketches, not simple symbols, fully realized, three-dimensional representations of horses and aurochs and bison painted by firelight in the deep interior of caves in colors that have survived 37,000 years of time. The carved figurines of the Arinascian, small sculptures of women, of animals, of abstract forms carved from ivory and bone with tools of flint. The oldest musical instruments ever found, flutes carved from vulture bone and mammoth ivory found in caves in Germany, 40,000 years old. Someone sat in a cave in Ice Age Germany 40,000 years ago and played a flute, made music. Let that land for a moment. These were not beasts. They were not monsters or savages or creatures fundamentally different from us. They were people living in a harder world than ours, making it beautiful anyway. What they looked like. Here's the thing that surprises most people when they learn it. The Ice Age Europeans, the people who painted Lascaux, who carved the Venus figurines, who played the bone flutes, were not pale, not by the time of the cave paintings. The genetic evidence is now clear enough to say this with reasonable confidence. The earliest anatomically modern humans in Europe, the ones who arrived from the Middle East and Central Asia, somewhere between 40,000 and 45,000 years ago, were significantly darker skinned than modern Europeans. They had dark skin, dark eyes, dark hair. They looked, in many respects, more like modern South Asians or North Africans than like modern Northern Europeans. The pale skin that we associate with Northern Europe is not ancient. It is not the product of tens of thousands of years of European evolution. It is recent, shockingly recent. The major genetic variants associated with pale skin in Northern Europe, the variants in genes like SLC45A2 and SLC24A5 and OCA2 only became common in Europe within the last 6,000 to 8,000 years. Some of them even more recently than that. The hunter-gatherers of Mesolithic Europe, the people living in Europe 8,000 years ago, after the Ice Ages ended, still carried the dark-skin variants that their ancestors had brought from Africa tens of thousands of years earlier. The pale skin of Northern Europe arrived with the farmers. Part 5, the farmers who changed everything. The agricultural revolution in Europe, about 8,000 to 9,000 years ago, something happened in the Middle East that would eventually transform Europe. People started farming, not all at once, not everywhere simultaneously, but in the Fertile Crescent, the arc of land that stretches from modern-day Israel and Lebanon through Syria and Turkey and down into Iraq and Iran, the combination of certain wild grasses, certain wild animals, and certain human innovations produced the first agricultural societies on earth. Wheat, barley, lentils, peas, cattle, goats, sheep, pigs. The ability to produce food rather than simply find it, to store surplus, to feed larger populations, to build permanent settlements, to develop writing and law and the accumulated institutions of civilization. Agriculture spread slowly at first, then faster, west along the Mediterranean coast, north into the Balkans, eventually across all of Europe, and the farmers who spread it, the Anatolian farmers, as geneticists call them, the people from what is now Turkey and the surrounding region, carried something with them beyond their seeds and their livestock and their knowledge of cultivation. They carried their genes. The genetic takeover of Europe, the expansion of Neolithic farming across Europe was not simply a spread of ideas, it was a spread of people. The Anatolian farmers, as they moved northwest across Europe, largely replaced the hunter-gatherers who had lived there for tens of thousands of years. Not entirely. Not through deliberate genocide, as far as we can tell, but through the slower, more inevitable process of demographic competition, farmers can feed more people per unit of land than hunter-gatherers. A farming community can support 10 times, 50 times, 100 times the population density of a hunter-gatherer band occupying the same territory. When farming communities expanded into territories occupied by hunter-gatherers, the arithmetic was brutal. The farmers had more children. Their children had more children. Over centuries, the genetic contribution of the original hunter-gatherers dwindled, not to zero traces of Mesolithic European DNA survive in modern Europeans, but to a minority contribution. The dominant genetic ancestry of most modern Europeans traces back to the Anatolian farmers who arrived in Europe between 9,000 and 5,000 years ago. And those farmers, the ones who brought agriculture to Europe, who built the first European villages, who created the societies that eventually became the complex cultures of Bronze Age and Iron Age Europe, were lighter skinned than the hunter-gatherers they replaced. Not dramatically lighter, not pale by modern Northern European standards, but carrying genetic variants associated with reduced melanin production. And in the lower UV environment of Europe, those variants were selectively advantageous. The pressure that had been slowly building for tens of thousands of years, the pressure of low sunlight, of long winters, of vitamin D deficiency, was now acting more strongly. And the population that arrived was already slightly lighter. The two processes combined, and the result over the next several thousand years was the progressive lightening of European skin that produced the range of appearances we see in Europe today. The steppe people. But there is a third group, because the genetic history of modern Europeans is not a story of two populations. It is a story of three. Approximately 5,000 years ago, a new wave of migration arrived in Europe from the east, from the vast steppes of what is now Russia and Ukraine. These were the Yamnaya people, or Proto-Yamnaya, depending on which archaeologist you ask. Nomadic pastoralists, horse riders, warriors, carriers of a genetic variant, a mutation in the gene for lactase persistence that allowed them, unlike most adult humans in the world at that time, to digest raw cow's milk, a significant nutritional advantage in a world where cattle were plentiful and other food sources were uncertain. They arrived in Europe with their horses and their cattle and their lactase gene and their Proto-Indo-European language, the ancestor of almost every language spoken in Europe today, from Irish to Russian, from Spanish to Greek. And they had an enormous impact. In some parts of Europe, the genetic contribution of the Yamnaya steppe people replaced most of the existing population within a few generations. The mechanisms are debated: violence, disease pathogens to which the existing population had no immunity carried inadvertently by the newcomers, demographic advantage, probably some combination of all three. Whatever the mechanism, the result is clear in the DNA. Modern Europeans are a mixture of ancient hunter-gatherers, of Anatolian farmers, of Yamnaya steppe people, in different proportions, depending on where in Europe you look, and all of it, all three populations, all three migrations, all three layers of genetic ancestry contributed to the skin tones we see in Europe today. Part 6, the genetics of color, what your DNA contains. Let me tell you something remarkable about the science of human pigmentation. We know more about the genetics of skin color than we know about the genetics of almost any other complex human trait. Not because we set out to study skin color specifically, but because the genes involved turn out to be among the most variable in the human genome. They vary more between populations than almost any other set of genes. And that variation is not random. It tracks geography, It tracks latitude. It tracks with remarkable precision the amount of ultraviolet radiation that the ancestral population of any given person was exposed to over the last few thousand years. The major genes are relatively few. SLC24A5, a gene involved in melanosome function, the structures within melanocytes that produce and package melanin. A single variant in this gene, a change from one amino acid to another at position 111 of the protein, accounts for approximately 25 to 40% of the skin tone difference between European and African population. It is one of the strongest signatures of natural selection in the human genome. SLC45A2, another gene involved in melanosome transport, variants in this gene are strongly associated with pale skin in European populations and dark skin in African and East Asian populations. OCA2 and HERC2, a pair of neighboring genes that together control the amount of melanin deposited in the eye. Variants in the HERC2 gene switch off the OCA2 gene, dramatically reducing melanin production in the iris. This is the variant responsible for blue eyes. MC1R, a gene involved in the switch between different types of melanin. Variants in MC1R produce red hair and freckles, a phenotype particularly associated with populations from northwestern Europe, especially Ireland, Scotland, and Wales. These variants, and dozens of others, combine in the genome of every living human to produce an extraordinarily precise calibration of pigmentation. A calibration that, in most cases, reflects the latitude at which that person's ancestors spent the last few thousand years. Your skin is, in the most literal sense, a record of where your people have been. The blue eyes, let me stop for a moment on blue eyes, because blue eyes are extraordinary and relatively new. Every person alive today who has blue eyes, every single one, regardless of where they were born or what their heritage is, shares a common ancestor. A single person who lived somewhere in the region around the Black Sea approximately 6,000 to 10,000 years ago. Before that, there were no blue eyes anywhere in the entire human species. Brown eyes in various shades were universal, because brown eyes are the ancestral condition. The OCA2 gene, when functioning normally, produces abundant melanin in the iris. Brown, the blue eye variant, the mutation in HERC2 that switches off OCA2 in the eye, reduces melanin production in the iris dramatically. What we see as blue is not actually pigment. It is the scattering of light by the stroma of the iris, tiny particles scattering shorter blue wavelengths of light. Just as the atmosphere scatters blue light from the sun, blue eyes have no blue pigment. They are blue for the same reason the sky is blue. This mutation arose once in one person and spread. Within 6,000 to 10,000 years, it had become one of the most common eye colors in Northern Europe. Something about the variant, whether it was linked to other advantageous traits, whether it was subject to sexual selection, whether carriers were simply more attractive to potential mates in the culture of early Europeans, caused it to spread with a speed that suggests something more than random genetic drift. It was selected for, we don't know exactly why. But 10,000 years ago, the person whose genetic legacy now lives in the eyes of hundreds of millions of people looked out at the world for the first time through those strange, pale, unprecedented irises and saw the same world everyone else saw. Part 7. Neanderthals and the people who came before the other humans. While all of this was happening, while modern humans were migrating north and lightening their skin and spreading across Europe, Europe was not empty. It had never been empty. For hundreds of thousands of years before modern humans arrived, a different kind of human had lived in Europe and Western Asia. Neanderthals, Homo neanderthalensis, a species that deserves far more credit than popular culture has given them. For most of the history of paleoanthropology, Neanderthals were portrayed as brutish, primitive, bent and shambling creatures, an evolutionary dead end, a lesser form of humanity swept aside by the superior cognitive abilities of modern Homo sapiens. This picture's wrong. It was always wrong in important ways, and the genetic and archaeological evidence accumulated over the last 30 years has made it unmistakably, irrefutably wrong. Neanderthals were not primitive. They had brains as large as ours, in some individuals larger. They made tools sophisticated, varied, carefully constructed tools that required significant planning and skill. They used fire. They buried their dead sometimes with flowers, according to some interpretations of the Shanidar cave evidence. They cared for injured and elderly individuals. Skeletons have been found showing evidence of healed injuries and degenerative conditions that would have made survival without care impossible. They may have made art. They may have worn jewelry. They were us in many of the ways that matter, just different, adapted to the cold of European Ice Age winters in ways that modern humans arriving from Africa and the Middle East were not. They had wide, robust bodies, barrel-chested, heavy-set that minimized heat loss. Large noses, the broader nasal passages of Neanderthals were adapted to warm and humidify cold, dry air before it reached the lungs. Large eyes, possibly adapted to the low-light conditions of high-latitude winters. And pale skin, possibly. The evidence for Neanderthal pigmentation is fragmentary. Genetic analysis of Neanderthal DNA suggests that at least some Neanderthal individuals carried variants in the MC1R gene associated with red hair and pale skin in modern humans. They may have been pale and red-haired, or they may have been dark, or most likely they were variable, as modern humans are, with a range of pigmentation across populations. We don't know for certain. What we do know is that they were there in Europe for 300,000 years. When the modern humans arrived, the meeting somewhere in Europe or the Middle East, somewhere between 40,000 and 60,000 years ago, modern humans and Neanderthals met. We know this because of what happened next. In 2010, the geneticist Svante Pääbo and his team at the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology published the first draft sequence of the Neanderthal genome, assembled from fragments of DNA recovered from 40,000-year-old Neanderthal bones. And what the genome showed was astonishing. Every living person who is not of exclusively sub-Saharan African ancestry carries Neanderthal DNA. Approximately 1 to 4% of the genome of a person of European or Asian ancestry is Neanderthal in origin. Not because we evolved from Neanderthals, not because we replaced them without interaction, but because we interbred with them. The meeting, when it happened, was not purely violent or purely competitive. It was also intimate. Modern humans and Neanderthals had children together. Those children, the children of the interbreeding, carrying the mingled DNA of two different species of Homo, survived, had children of their own, and the Neanderthal genetic contribution was passed forward, diluted by each subsequent generation as the modern human population vastly outnumbered the Neanderthals. But not lost, not entirely. You carry it right now in your genome, a small fragment of the genetic heritage of a species that went extinct 40,000 years ago, preserved in you what we inherited from them. The Neanderthal DNA that modern humans carry is not randomly distributed through the genome. Some regions are almost completely free of Neanderthal variants. Regions associated with fertility, with brain development, with the immune system in ways that suggest incompatibility. Places where Neanderthal DNA, when it arrived in the modern human genome, was selected against, removed, purged slowly by the pressure of natural selection. But other regions show an excess of Neanderthal variants. Regions associated with the immune system, particular variants of immune genes that are more common in modern humans than would be expected by chance, and that trace back to Neanderthal ancestry. Variants that may have helped modern humans deal with the pathogens of European and Asian environments that Neanderthals had been living in and adapting to for hundreds of thousands of years before modern humans arrived. Variants in genes associated with skin and hair, some of which may have contributed to the lighter pigmentation of some modern human populations. We inherited from the Neanderthals a small biological toolkit for surviving in their world. Their adaptations, their evolutionary experience, their solutions to problems we had never faced. They are gone. Their species is extinct. The last Neanderthal individual died somewhere in Europe approximately 40,000 years ago. And yet they are not entirely gone. They live in fragments in us, in the immune systems that fight off European pathogens, in the skin genes that may have helped early modern humans adapt to northern latitudes. Possibly, possibly in the pale eyes that look out from some of our faces. Part 8, the science of who we are, what ancient DNA has revealed. The last 20 years have been extraordinary for our understanding of human prehistory. The development of ancient DNA technology, the ability to extract, sequence, and analyze the DNA of individuals who died thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years ago, has transformed our understanding of human migration and evolution in ways that would have seemed like science fiction to archaeologists of a generation ago. We can now reconstruct in remarkable detail the genetic histories of populations that left no written records. The Yamnaya steppe people and their expansion into Europe, the Anatolian farmers and their replacement of European hunter-gatherers, the back migrations, the movements of people from Europe back into Africa, back into Asia, that complicated what was once thought to be a simple linear story. The multiple waves of migration into the Americas, the ancient populations of East and Southeast Asia, some of which have no living descendants, the Denisovans, a mysterious group of ancient humans known only from a few bone fragments found in a cave in Siberia, who contributed DNA to modern Melanesian and Australian Aboriginal populations, ghost populations, populations that contributed DNA to modern humans but have left no archaeological trace we have yet found. The story of human prehistory is not simple. It was never simple. It is a web, a complex, tangled, connected web of migrations and mixtures and replacements and adaptations. Every modern human population is a palimpsest, a manuscript written over again and again with the genetic contributions of dozens of ancestral populations. Some remembered, most forgotten. What your ancestry test measures. If you have ever taken a commercial ancestry DNA test, the kind that estimates your genetic ancestry by percentages, you have had a small encounter with this complexity. The test is measuring something real. The patterns of genetic variation in your genome do reflect the ancestral populations you descend from. But the categories it gives you, 23% British and Irish, 14% Scandinavian, 7% broadly European, are simplifications. Simplifications of simplifications. The populations those categories refer to did not exist in the forms they exist today when your ancestors lived in those regions. British and Irish as a genetic category reflects the mixture of ancient hunter-gatherers, Anatolian farmers, Yamnaya steppe people, and subsequent historical migrations, Romans, Anglo-Saxons, Vikings, Normans that produced the modern populations of Britain and Ireland. None of those ancestors would have recognized themselves in your ancestry estimate, and yet the test is not meaningless. It is telling you something true, something about the journeys that produced you, about the migrations and the mixtures and the long, complicated chain of human lives stretching back through time. Back to the first farmers, back to the first Ice Age Europeans, back to the dark-skinned hunter-gatherers who crossed into Europe from the Middle East 45,000 years ago, back to the people who left Africa, back to the woman in Ethiopia 200,000 years ago who had no idea what she was the beginning of. All the way back, part 9, what skin tells us about time, the map in your melanin. Your skin tone is not just a biological fact. It is a historical document. It encodes, in the most literal sense, information about where your ancestors spent the last several thousand years. In the high UV regions of Equatorial Africa and South Asia and the Americas, where melanin is genuinely life-saving, where it protects against DNA damage and folate depletion in a way that affects survival and reproduction, dark skin is the expected adaptation, the baseline, the ancestral condition in the low UV regions of Northern Europe and Northern Asia, where the sun is low and the winters are long and the primary pressure and pigmentation is not too much ultraviolet but too little. Lighter skin is the expected adaptation. The response to a different equation, a different balance of costs and benefits, and in the intermediate zones, the Middle East, North Africa, East and Southeast Asia, the Indian subcontinent, the Americas at temperate latitudes, a range of intermediate pigmentations reflecting the particular latitude and sun exposure of the ancestral populations. This is not a hierarchy. I want to be clear about this because the history of science has not always been clear about this. There is no skin color that is better or more advanced than any other. Dark skin is not primitive. Pale skin is not evolved. Each pigmentation is adapted. Each one is the result of natural selection acting on the particular environment in which that population's ancestors lived. Equally sophisticated, equally the product of millions of years of evolutionary refinement. The variation in human skin color is one of the most beautiful examples of evolution's ability to adapt the same basic body plan to radically different environments. And it happened extraordinarily quickly. In evolutionary terms, the major variants that distinguish the skin tones of Northern Europeans from those of West Africans became common within the last 10,000 years. 10,000 years is nothing in evolutionary time. A blink, a breath. It is the same amount of time since the agricultural revolution, since the first cities, since the beginning of written history. The diversity of human skin color that we see in the world today, the extraordinary spectrum from the deepest melanin-rich brown to the palest melanin-poor pink, was mostly produced within recorded history. Or just before it. It is not ancient. It is new. As evolution goes, it happened yesterday. The latitude line, there is a remarkable feature of the global distribution of human skin color that was noticed by anthropologists long before the genetics was understood. Skin tone correlates with latitude. Plot the indigenous skin tones of pre-contact human populations on a map of the world, and you see a gradient darkest at the equator, lighter as you move toward the poles in both hemispheres, with exceptions that prove the rule. The Inuit and other Arctic peoples of North America are significantly darker skinned than their latitude would predict. Why? Because they arrived in the Arctic relatively recently, within the last 5,000 years, and have not yet had time to fully lighten, and because their traditional diet, rich in marine mammals, organ meats, and fish, provided sufficient vitamin D through dietary sources, reducing the selective pressure to lighten. The exemption is explained by the same rule that explains the pattern. It is always about the balance. The particular combination of sun exposure and diet and generation, time and time spent at a given latitude. The gradient is not perfect, but it is real, and it is one of the clearest examples in the human body of natural selection acting on a visible trait. The latitude line is written in our skin. Part 10. The story we carry in our bodies, what you are. I want to take a moment before we move towards sleep to say something about what all of this means. Not scientifically, humanly, you are not simply a biological entity. You are a library. Your body contains, encoded in its DNA, information about every migration your ancestors made, every adaptation they underwent, every environment they passed through, the dark skin of the African savannas, the pale adaptation of northern latitudes, the Neanderthal immune variants that helped your ancestors survive in Europe or Asia, the Denisovan contributions that helped populations in Oceania adapt to their environments, the particular mix of hunter-gatherer and farmer and steppe pastoralist that characterizes your particular ancestry. All of it is there, in you, in every cell of your body. You are the living record of an extraordinary journey, a journey that began in East Africa 200,000 years ago, that has crossed every continent on Earth, that has adapted to Arctic cold and equatorial heat and everything in between, that has mixed and migrated and diversified and merged and migrated again, that produced in its astonishing complexity every human face, every human skin tone, every human eye color that has ever looked out at the world, including yours, the faces of our ancestors. If you could travel back in time, if you could walk through 200,000 years of human history and see the faces of every ancestor you have ever had, the faces would change gradually over thousands of generations, getting darker as you moved south, getting lighter as you moved north, getting broader or narrower or more angular or more rounded as the pressures of different environments shaped the skull and the soft tissue in different ways. And then, as you moved further back past the agricultural revolution, past the ice ages, past the first migrations out of Africa, the faces would converge toward the darker, warmer tone, toward features shaped by the African savanna rather than the European forest, toward people who looked in many ways more like the people of sub-Saharan Africa today than like the populations of Europe or East Asia, because that is where we come from. All of us, every human being on earth, with no exceptions, we are all African in the most literal genetic ancestral sense. The variation came later. The diversification happened on the way. We were one people once, in a valley in East Africa 200,000 years ago, looking out at a horizon that none of us could yet imagine crossing. The beauty of the variation. There is a temptation when you learn this, when you understand that human diversity is recent and superficial and the product of adaptation to different environments, rather than deep biological difference. There is a temptation to say we are all the same, to minimize the variation, to treat the differences in skin tone and facial structure and eye color as irrelevant, as nothing. I don't think that is the right response. The differences are real. The variation is beautiful, not despite being recent or superficial or adaptive, but because of it, because it is the record of extraordinary journeys, because each shade of human skin is the accumulated wisdom of thousands of generations of human experience in a particular place. Because the pale eyes of a Northern European carry within them the specific story of populations adapting to a low UV world, because the dark skin of a West African carries within it the story of populations thriving under a high UV sun, because the intermediate tones of the Middle East and South Asia and East Asia carry within them the stories of migrations and mixtures and adaptations that span continents and millennia. All of it is beautiful. All of it is ours. The whole family, the whole 200,000-year story of a species that walked out of Africa and covered the world. Part 11, Falling Asleep in Deep Time, the scale of it. Before we sleep, I want to try to give you a sense of the scale of what we have been discussing, not as an abstraction, as something felt 200,000 years. If you stack 200,000 years as a tower of pennies, each penny representing 1 year, the tower would be nearly 300 meters tall as the Eiffel Tower. If you lined up every human who has ever lived, every person who has walked this earth since the emergence of anatomically modern Homo sapiens, the line would contain approximately 100 billion people. 100 billion, a number so large that it has no intuitive meaning. But each of those 100 billion people was a person, had a face, had a name or a sound that served as one, had people they loved, had nights when they laid down in the dark and looked up at the stars and wondered, had mornings when they woke and felt the sun on their skin. 100 billion individual human experiences, each one complete, each one real, one skin tone that does not apologize, one skin tone that does not explain itself at border crossings, in boardrooms, in classrooms, in the produce aisle, when someone decides you look like you don't belong among the apples and the oranges, one skin tone that has survived things it should not have survived, that bent under pressures physics should have rendered impossible, and yet here it is. Here you are, wearing it, breathing inside it, moving through the world with it draped over your skeleton like the oldest garment ever sewn, and it was not sewn by a machine, it was sewn by 10,000 seasons of living under a particular sky at a particular latitude, eating a particular soil's particular harvest. Think about that for a moment. Not the beauty of it, though, it is beautiful, staggeringly so, but the intelligence of it, the evolutionary precision. Your melanin is not a mistake. It is not a flaw in the rendering. It is not a lesser version of some imagined ideal. It is the accumulated answer to a question the sun kept asking century after century, and your people kept answering correctly, or they would not have made it to the next century to answer again. Every shade that exists in the human spectrum is correct. Every shade is an answer. Your shade is the answer. Your particular lineage perfected across generations of trial and adjustment and survival and love and sorrow and adaptation and endurance. And yet someone somewhere at some point decided to assign a hierarchy to the answers, to rank them, to call some answers more correct than others, to build entire economies on that ranking, to build laws, to build religions, to build philosophies, to build architecture, to build schools that would teach the ranking to children who had not yet learned to question the textbooks. And those children grew up, and they had children, and they taught them the ranking without even knowing they were teaching it, because by then the ranking had become invisible, had become assumption, had become the water everyone was swimming in without noticing they were wet. This is what we are here to talk about. Not just the beauty of your skin, not just the pride, the reclamation, the celebration. All of that matters. All of that is necessary. But underneath the celebration, underneath the pride, there is a harder conversation that needs to be had, a deeper excavation that needs to be done. And we cannot afford to skip it just because it is uncomfortable, just because it makes us reach for the easier narrative, the uplift, the triumph over adversity arc that lets everyone go home feeling good about themselves. We need to go into the basement. We need to open the boxes that have been sitting down there for generations, the ones with the water damage and the mildew smell, the ones nobody has touched, because touching them means confronting what is inside them. And what is inside them is not just the documents of suffering, the bills of sale, the maps of extraction, the records of what was taken, but also the documents of complicity, of collaboration, of the choices made by ancestors who were not purely victims, who were also perpetrators in systems that victimized others, who were colonized by one empire and turned around and colonized someone else. Those boxes are in the basement too, and we need to open them as well. Because the full story of your skin, the full unedited, unbranded, unpolished story of what it means to wear the particular complexion you were born with is not a simple story. It is not a clean story. It does not have a hero and a villain arranged in clear opposition. It has your grandmother doing something you are ashamed of. It has your great-great-grandfather surviving something that should have killed him by becoming something he's not entirely proud of. It has beauty and it has ugliness twined together so tightly you cannot pull them apart without destroying both. And that is the truth. That is the whole truth. And the whole truth is what we owe each other and ourselves, and the children who are watching us, who are listening to us, who are learning from us, what it means to be inside a body, inside a history, inside a world that is still in the process of deciding what value to assign to various combinations of melanin. So let us begin. Let us begin at the beginning, which is to say at the only place any honest reckoning can begin, in the body, in the actual physical material body. Not the body as metaphor, not the body as symbol. The body as the thing you wake up inside every morning, the thing that gets hungry and tired and cold, the thing that feels the sun on the back of its neck, the thing that flinches when someone flinches at it, the thing that relaxes in the presence of people who look like it, the thing that does 1,000 subtle calculations every time it enters a new room, threat assessments, status readings, alliance possibilities, escape routes, calculations so fast and so deep they do not even register as calculations, they register as feelings. They register as the vague sense that something is off, that you need to be careful, that you can breathe here, that you cannot breathe there. Your body is a historian. It knows things your mind has never been told. It carries memory in places words cannot reach, in the way your shoulders tighten in certain situations, in the way your voice drops an octave or rises a register without you deciding to change it, in the way you can walk into a room and know before a single word has been spoken, whether you are welcome or whether you are tolerated or whether you are in danger. Your body knows these things because they were taught to it, not in classrooms, but in generations. The lessons were encoded not in text, but in flesh. Your grandmother's nervous system learned something and passed a version of it to your mother, and your mother passed a version of it to you, and you did not ask for this inheritance, but you have it, you carry it. It is in you now, and it is doing work you may not even be aware of. Epigenetics is the science of this, the emerging understanding that experience leaves marks on genetic expression, not on the genes themselves, but on the way they are read, and that these marks can be passed down. That the body of someone who survived famine codes hunger differently than the body of someone who never went without food. That the body of someone who survived sustained violence develops a nervous system calibrated to threat in ways that outlast the violence itself. That these calibrations, these nervous system configurations, these ways of reading and responding to the world can be inherited. Your body is a library, and the books in it are written in a language older than any language spoken by human mouths. They are written in cortisol levels and immune responses and gut bacteria and the particular sensitivity of certain neurons in your amygdala. They are written in the specific way your body metabolizes certain foods, which is a record of what your ancestors ate for 10,000 years. They are written in your susceptibility to certain diseases and your resistance to others, which is a record of what your ancestors survived, what parasites they lived alongside, what viruses they developed immunity to through generations of terrible cost. Your body is not a blank slate, it is an archive. It is a record of everything that was done to the bodies that came before yours. This is not a sad thing, though it can feel sad. It is a profound thing. It is, in some ways, the most profound thing about being human, that we are not alone, even in our individual bodies, that we carry the past inside us, not just as memory and story and cultural inheritance, but as biology, as the actual physical substance of ourselves. Your ancestors are in you, not as ghosts, not as metaphor, as literal biological material that you inherited from them and that carries the record of their lives. Think about what it means that your particular shade of skin exists. It means that a particular group of people lived in a particular place long enough for evolutionary pressure to select for that particular amount of melanin. If your ancestors came from a region with intense ultraviolet radiation, your dark skin was not just aesthetically determined, it was a survival advantage. More melanin meant better protection from UV damage, which meant lower rates of folate depletion, folate being crucial for fetal development and DNA repair, which meant higher rates of successful pregnancy and lower rates of certain cancers and mutations. Your dark skin, if you have dark skin, is your ancestors' solution to a very specific biological problem, refined over tens of thousands of years, tested against the reality of living under a particular sun. If your ancestors came from a region of lower UV radiation, lighter skin allowed more efficient synthesis of vitamin D, which is also crucial for immune function, bone density, and fetal development. That is also an answer to a biological problem. That is also accumulated wisdom encoded in melanin, passed through generations. Neither answer is better, neither is worse. They are both correct answers to the same species-level problem of how to survive under the particular sky you happen to be living under. The hierarchy is not biological. It never was. The hierarchy is political. It was constructed. It was invented. And like all inventions, it served a purpose, specifically the purpose of justifying an economic system that required the labor of some people to be available to other people at no cost, a requirement that could only be met if the people providing the labor were systematically excluded from the moral universe that otherwise would have made enslaving them unthinkable. In order to build a plantation economy, you have to first build a philosophy that makes planting human beings acceptable. And the philosophy that was built was the philosophy of race, not ethnicity, not culture, not language group, not tribe, not nation. These categories existed long before the plantation economy and would exist long after it. The specific concept of race, the idea that humanity is divided into biologically distinct groups arranged in a natural hierarchy, that some groups are naturally more intelligent, more industrious, more morally developed, more fully human than others. This was not a natural discovery. It was a manufactured product. It was produced by specific people at a specific historical moment for a specific economic purpose. And it worked. It worked so well that 500 years later, we are still living inside it, still using its categories, still organizing the world according to its logic, still arguing about its premises, which means we are still accepting its premise that the premises are worth arguing about, that there is a question here rather than a manufactured category that should be dissolved. You are not a race. You are a person with a particular ancestry, a particular history, a particular set of biological inheritances and cultural inheritances, living in a body with a particular amount of melanin, inside a society that has assigned certain meanings to that amount of melanin, meanings that have consequences, real and material and serious consequences that you have to navigate every day of your life. That navigation is real. The consequences are real. But the underlying premise, the idea that your melanin level tells us something important and stable and true about your intelligence, your character, your moral worth, your capacity for civilization, that premise is not real. It was never real. It was always a lie told in service of money. And yet here we are, still partly organized around that lie, still sorting ourselves and being sorted by that lie, still feeling its weight, still doing its math in the backs of our minds, even those of us who know it is a lie, even those of us who have studied the lie, who can explain the history of the lie, who can cite chapter and verse the moment the lie was told and by whom and why. Because knowing a lie is a lie does not automatically free you from the architecture the lie built. You still have to live in the building. You still have to navigate the staircase, the rooms, the walls that the lie constructed. And the building is old, and the building is large, and the building has been renovated and extended and modernized, and the lie is in the foundation, but the foundation is now underground, and the people who live in the building mostly do not think about the foundation. They think about the rooms. They think about whether they are comfortable in the rooms. They think about which rooms they have access to and which rooms they do not. They think about the cost of the rooms. Some people have always lived in the penthouse of this building. Some people have always been in the basement. And the people in the penthouse have generally been very reluctant to discuss the foundation. Because if you discuss the foundation, you have to discuss how the building was built. And if you discuss how the building was built, you have to discuss who built it and what it cost and who paid that cost and who collected on it and who is still collecting on it and who has never been paid. These are uncomfortable conversations. They are also necessary ones. They are arguably the most important conversations happening anywhere on the surface of this planet right now, as we try to figure out whether human civilization is going to continue, and if so, in what form and for whom and at whose expense and on whose stolen land and with whose stolen labor and whose stolen resources and whose stolen future. These are the conversations that the skin initiates every time you walk into a room, every time someone looks at you and makes a calculation, every time you look at someone else and make a calculation, every time the calculation turns out to have real consequences for who gets the job, who gets the loan, who gets stopped by the police, who gets the benefit of the doubt, who gets believed, who gets treated, who gets listened to, who gets helped. These calculations are everywhere. They happen in milliseconds. They are happening right now in every city, in every institution, in every interaction between two people whose skin tones are different from each other, and also, crucially, in the interactions between people whose skin tones are similar, because the hierarchy of race does not operate only across the line between white and non-white. It operates within communities of color too. In the complexion hierarchies that colonialism installed inside colonized populations, in the colorism that makes lighter mean better and darker mean lesser. Inside communities where both the lighter and the darker have been subjected to white supremacy's overarching violence. Colorism. This word needs to be said out loud. This practice needs to be examined directly, not in the footnotes, not in the parentheses, not in the, and also we should mention aside, that gets tacked on to the more comfortable conversation about racism as something that only happens between white people and people of color. Colorism is the hierarchy inside the hierarchy. It is the way that white supremacy reproduced itself inside colonized communities, training colonized people to sort themselves by proximity to whiteness, rewarding those who were lighter, who had more European ancestry, who had lighter eyes, whose hair was closer to European norms with slightly better treatment, slightly more access, slightly more of the resources and opportunities that the colonial system made scarce for everyone, and using that slight differential to create competition and division within communities that would otherwise have organized together against the colonial system itself. It was genius. It was evil genius. And it worked. It worked in the Caribbean, where enslaved people with more European ancestry, almost always the result of rape by enslavers, were sometimes given slightly better working conditions, slightly more food, slightly less brutal treatment, slightly more access to education, and these differentials were used to create a color hierarchy that persisted long after slavery ended and that shapes politics, economics, social status, and personal self-image in the Caribbean to this day. It worked in South Asia, where colonial administrators explicitly favored lighter-skinned Indians for administrative positions, for education, for access to the colonial legal system, creating a class of lighter-skinned, English-educated Indians who served as intermediaries for British colonialism and whose descendants today often occupy positions of privilege, and where the beauty standards installed by colonialism still drive a multi-billion-dollar skin lightening industry. It worked in East Asia, where Japanese colonialism installed similar hierarchies in Korea and China and Southeast Asia, where proximity to Japanese norms meant survival or success, and where these hierarchies layered on top of pre-existing hierarchies that had complex relationships to skin color and class and agricultural labor. It worked in Latin America, where the Sistema de Castas, the caste system installed by Spanish colonialism, explicitly ranked people by the proportion of Spanish, indigenous, and African ancestry they carried, assigned them different legal rights and social standing based on this ranking, and created an entire culture of racial aspiration in which the goal was to marry lighter, to have lighter children, to bleach the family tree of indigenous and African ancestry, an aspiration that is still operative in Latin American beauty standards and social hierarchies today. It worked in Africa, where European colonialism created educated African elites who were given access to European education, European dress, European religion, European language, and European condescension toward their uncolonized compatriots, and who were used as administrators and intermediaries for colonial systems, and who in turn often absorbed the colonial view of traditional African cultures as primitive and in need of modernization, which meant, in practice, Europeanization. The lie reached everywhere. It reached inside. It did not stay outside at the border between colonizer and colonized. It crossed that border. It took up residence. It began rearranging the furniture. It told the colonized to look at themselves through the colonizer's eyes. And when the colonized had learned to do that, when they had internalized the gaze that found them lacking, the colonizer did not even need to be present anymore. The colonized could police themselves, could perform the hierarchy on themselves, could pass the self-loathing down to their children the same way the colonizer would have taught it, perhaps more effectively, because it came from inside, from people who loved them, from people who were only trying to help, from grandmothers who told their granddaughters to stay out of the sun, from parents who told their children to marry someone lighter. Don't marry someone too dark, the children will suffer. How many times has that been said? How many grandmothers said it with love, with genuine concern, with the painful, pragmatic knowledge that in the world they had lived in, darker children did suffer more. And how many children grew up believing not just that the world would be cruel to dark skin, but that dark skin deserved to be received with cruelty, that it was objectively lesser, that the grandmother's warning was not about injustice, but about reality, not about a system that needed to be changed, but about a truth that needed to be accommodated. The grandmother was not wrong about the world. She was wrong about what the world's wrongness meant. She was right that her grandchild would face more difficulty in a world that valued lighter skin. She was right that this difficulty would be real and material and painful. She was wrong in concluding from this difficulty that lighter skin was actually better, that the hierarchy was natural, that accommodation was the only available. But we have to have compassion for the grandmother. We have to hold her pragmatism and her love and her wound and her misunderstanding together without discarding any of them, without simplifying the grandmother into a villain or a hero or a simple lesson. The grandmother is the whole story. The grandmother is the place where the system lives inside the intimate, inside the familial, inside the loving. The grandmother is the proof that the system does not need enforcers to enforce itself, that once it has been internalized, it reproduces from within, carried forward not by police and courts and military power, but by love, by the desire to protect the people you love from pain, by the terrible wisdom of people who have survived systems they cannot change, by learning to navigate those systems as if they were natural law. This is how oppressive systems survive, not through continuous external force. External force is expensive and creates resistance, but through internalization, through the moment when the oppressed begin to enforce the logic of the oppression on themselves and on each other. When they begin to see through the eyes that were designed to see them as lesser and to believe what those eyes see, when the violence moves inside. Frantz Fanon wrote about this in 1952 in a book called Black Skin, White Masks. He was a psychiatrist working in colonial Martinique and then in colonial Algeria, and he was watching what colonialism did to the minds and the souls of the colonized, and he was trying to describe it with a precision that would make it visible that would allow people to see the architecture of their own unfreedom from the inside. He described the way that the colonized person learns to see themselves through the colonizer's eyes, the way that the colonial education system, the colonial language, the colonial media, all of it saturated with the message that white is superior, that European is civilized, that everything else is primitive, the way that this saturation creates in the mind of the colonized person a double consciousness, a split, a fracture. They look in the mirror and they see what the colonizer sees. They see the thing the textbooks described. They feel shame. They feel the desire to be other than what they are. And then, and this is the part that Fanon was most interested in, they encounter another colonized person and they project onto that other colonized person all of the contempt they've internalized, because it is too painful to direct the contempt at yourself. The mind finds someone else to aim it at, someone who represents what you're trying to disown, someone darker, someone poorer, someone less educated in the colonial style, someone less fluent in the colonial language, someone more visibly, undeniably of the colonized world. You kick down, you perform your aspiration toward the colonizer by demonstrating your contempt for those even further from the colonizer's ideal. You become an enforcer of the hierarchy you are simultaneously a victim of. This is the mechanism of colorism. This is the mechanism of class contempt within colonized communities. This is the mechanism of the model minority, the minority group that accepts the colonizer's logic of hierarchy and uses its relatively privileged position within that hierarchy to demonstrate its worthiness while participating in the oppression of other minority groups. This is the mechanism of what psychologists call horizontal violence, the way that oppressed groups, unable to direct their rage at the systems that oppress them, turn it on each other. And none of this is a moral failing of the individuals involved. Let me be very clear about that. None of this is a moral failing of your grandmother who told you to stay out of the sun. None of this is a moral failing of the community that practices colorism. None of this is a moral failing of the people who accepted the model minority position. These are understandable, even rational responses to impossible situations. When the choice is between directing your rage at the powerful people who would destroy you for it, or directing it at the powerless people nearby who cannot destroy you for it, the calculation is not simple. When you're trying to protect your children, and the only tools available to you are the tools the system has given you, tools that include the logic of the hierarchy itself, the calculation is not simple. The system is smart. The system is designed to reproduce itself. The system puts people in positions where their reasonable, understandable, survival-oriented choices end up reinforcing the system so that the system can continue to operate without the direct involvement of its architects, running on the residual choices of people who never signed up for it and would reject it if they were given the chance to vote on it with full information. This is what we mean when we say that racism is systemic. Not that every individual is personally a racist, harboring conscious hatred in their heart, but that the system generates racist outcomes from the choices of people who are just trying to survive, who are just following the logic of the institutions they are embedded in, who are just doing what seems reasonable given the incentives they face and the information they have. The bank loan officer who gives a lower interest rate to someone in a better neighborhood, not thinking about race, just thinking about risk assessment, using a risk model that was built on data from a real estate market that was racially segregated by deliberate policy for generations, a market in which certain neighborhoods were redlined, prevented from accessing capital, left to decay, while wealth flowed to other neighborhoods. This loan officer is producing a racist outcome without harboring racist intent. The system does the racism. The person just follows the system. The HR manager who looks at resumes and calls back the ones with names that sound white more often than the ones with names that sound black or Latino or Middle Eastern, not because they consciously think I prefer white people, but because they have been trained by a lifetime of media representation to associate certain names with competence and trustworthiness and other names with risk. This HR manager is producing a racist outcome without necessarily harboring conscious racist intent. The system does the racism. The person just carries the system's categories inside them. The doctor who prescribes less pain medication to a black patient than to a white patient with the same presenting symptoms, not because they consciously want the black patient to suffer more, but because a persistent and terrifyingly common medical belief holds that black people have higher pain tolerance and less sensitive nerve endings, a belief that has been thoroughly debunked and that originated in the pseudoscientific racism of the 19th century, but that persists in certain corners of medical education. This doctor is producing a racist outcome, and the person inside it is doing it while trying to heal people. The teacher who calls on white and Asian students more often than black and Latino students in the same classroom, not because they have decided to favor some students, but because years of cultural training have made them unconsciously interpret engagement and intelligence through a lens that reads certain students as more engaged, more present, more deserving of investment. This teacher is shaping the futures of children through a lens the teacher probably does not know they are looking through. Systems. The systems are everywhere. The systems are us. Not us at our worst, not us at our most deliberate, but us as we have been trained, conditioned, marinated in categories and associations and unconscious maps of the world that were drawn long before we were born and that we inherited without knowing we were inheriting them. And this is the hardest part. This is the part that stops the conversation again and again, especially when the people in the conversation are well-meaning, thoughtful, educated people who know the history and have done some version of the work and have examined some of their biases and are genuinely trying to be better, and who hear racism is systemic and experience it as an accusation, as a claim that they personally are bad, as a demand that they flagellate themselves endlessly for things they did not choose and do not endorse. They say, I am not responsible for what my ancestors did. And that is true. You are not morally responsible in the sense of culpable for what your ancestors did. You did not choose them. You did not choose the history. You did not make the decisions that built the world as it is. But you are living in that world. You are benefiting from or being harmed by the legacy of those decisions right now, today. The decisions that were made centuries ago about who would own the land and who would work it, about who would have access to education and capital and legal protection and who would not, about which languages were civilized and which were primitive, about which religions were worthy and which were superstitions, about which bodies were fully human and which were property. Those decisions have consequences that extend to the present. The wealth generated by enslaved labor flowed into institutions and families and trust funds and neighborhoods and infrastructure that still exist. The poverty created by that extraction still exists. The educational gaps still exist. The health disparities still exist. The wealth gaps still exist. You did not create these things, but you are inside them. And the question is not whether you're guilty. Guilt is largely useless here. Guilt is the thing that makes this about your feelings rather than about the material reality. The question is what you are going to do about the fact that you are inside these structures that your life is shaped by them even if you did not choose them, that your comfort or your suffering is partially a function of where you were placed in a hierarchy you did not build, but that is still operating. This is the question. Not, are you a good person? Not, do you have racist thoughts? Not, can you prove your innocence? But what are you going to do with what you know? What are you going to do about the world you have been given? What are you going to do with the privilege or the disadvantage that was placed in your hands before you could make choices? What are you going to do with the skin you were born in and the century you were born into and the structures that are running all around you right now? These are the questions, and they do not have easy answers. They do not have answers that let you feel clean. They do not have answers that let you go home having resolved the problem and never have to think about it again. They have only ongoing engagement, only the perpetual practice of examining your assumptions and adjusting your behavior and supporting the people who are doing the structural work of changing the systems and refusing the comfortable story that your good intentions are sufficient in the absence of changed material reality. But let us come back to the skin. Let us come back to the body, because everything I have been saying exists in the abstract until it lives in the body, until it lives in your body, until you feel it in your chest when someone crosses the street to avoid you, until you feel it in your throat when you watch a news broadcast about the neighborhood that looks like yours and the coverage is all crime and poverty, never potential, never the people staying up all night writing poetry, never the grandmother growing tomatoes in a window box on the 14th floor. Until you feel it in your hands when you hold the resume you have to send out and you pause for a moment over your name and wonder whether to abbreviate, whether to anglicize, whether the name your parents gave you, the name that carries your heritage, your ancestry, your people, whether that name is going to cost you the job. The body knows. The body keeps the score, as Bessel van der Kolk says. The body remembers what the mind would prefer to move past. The body stores the hypervigilance that was not chosen but was necessary. The body carries the armor that was built over years of being in spaces that were not built for it, that were designed with a different body in mind, that made it clear in 1,000 small ways that this body was a visitor, not a resident, not someone the architecture was thinking about when the architect sat down to design it. The toll of this is real. It has been measured. There is a body of research growing, robust, increasingly hard to ignore on what is called weathering, the way that chronic exposure to racism accelerates biological aging, the way that the sustained stress of living in a body that is subjected to discrimination, that must always be calculating its safety, that must modulate itself and perform competence and smile at microaggressions and swallow the rage that would be appropriate and correct and human, the way that this sustained stress produces measurable physiological effects. Higher cortisol levels, shorter telomeres, higher rates of cardiovascular disease, higher rates of stroke, higher infant mortality rates, higher maternal mortality rates, a shorter lifespan. Racism is not just bad for your soul. It is bad for your body. It ages your cells. The research on Black maternal mortality in the United States is particularly devastating. Black women with college degrees have worse maternal health outcomes than white women who did not finish high school. Education does not protect you. Income does not fully protect you. The protective factors that work for white women do not work for Black women in the same way, because what is wearing down Black women's bodies is not poverty or lack of education, it is racism. It is the cumulative biological cost of living inside a society that is hostile to your body, that does not believe your pain reports, that offers you worse care, that makes you fight for everything, that makes you small yourself, that makes you prove yourself, every day for your entire life. And for men, it is different but also devastating. The stress of performing a particular kind of controlled, non threatening presentation in white spaces, the constant calculation of how much of yourself to show and how much to compress, the specific terror of encounters with police, a terror that is not paranoia but statistics, not sensitivity but lived reality, not a chip on the shoulder but a rational response to information about how many black men have been killed in encounters that should have been routine. The way this terror shapes how you dress, how you speak, where you walk, what time you walk there, whether you run from the rain or walk slowly because a black man running is a threat that gets people killed. These are not small things. These are the texture of a life, and they exist not at the edge of experience but at the center. They do not happen sometimes. They happen always. They are not interruptions to normal life. They are normal life. They are woven into every professional interaction and every romantic relationship and every family dinner where someone says something that requires a choice about whether to correct it and what the correction will cost. They're in the grocery store and the car and the school and the hospital and the church and the street and the internet and the mirror. They are in the mirror. That last place is the most intimate. That is where the work is most difficult and most necessary, because you can resist the world's gaze. You can refuse it. You can know it is unjust and decline to accept it. You can build communities that reflect you truthfully, that see you fully, that do not require you to be smaller or more palatable or more legible to the dominant culture. You can read the literature and listen to the music and look at the art that was made by and for people who look like you, that tells your story without apology, that finds you beautiful in the specific and complex and unapologetic way you deserve to be found beautiful. But the mirror is harder, because the mirror has been in the room your whole life, because the messages about what is and is not beautiful, what is and is not desirable, what is and is not the norm, these messages got there before you could evaluate them. They got there when you were 3 years old and your brain was still being built. They got there through the dolls you were given and the ones you were not given, through the cartoons you watched and the protagonists who looked nothing like you, through the magazines on the coffee table in the waiting room, through the models in the clothing catalogs, through the toys in the toy store, through the teachers who told you your hair was distracting, and the music teachers who did not know how to manage your texture, and the peers who asked if they could touch it as if your head were a petting zoo exhibit, and the days you went home and sat in front of the mirror and looked at yourself and tried to figure out why you were the wrong thing. You were never the wrong thing. But telling you that now does not erase the years when you believed it. And the work of unbelieving it, the work of dismantling the distorted mirror that was installed inside you before you had the capacity to question it. This work is hard. It is ongoing. It does not arrive at a finish line. It is not accomplished by a single act of affirmation or a single reading of the right book or a single conversation with the right person. It is a practice, a daily returning to yourself, a daily choosing to see yourself with the eyes of the ancestors rather than the eyes of the system, a daily insistence that what you see in the mirror is not a problem to be solved, but a person to be loved, a daily insistence, because the system does not relent. The system keeps sending its messages. The beauty industry keeps producing its products. The entertainment industry keeps centering its protagonists. The fashion industry keeps building its standards. The news industry keeps framing its stories. And all of these industries together produce an environment so saturated with a particular set of aesthetic values, a particular vision of what is beautiful and desirable and aspirational. That resisting it is not a one-time act of will, but an endless, exhausting counter practice. And it is worth noting that even the most committed practitioners of this counter practice have bad days. Even the most politically conscious, most self-affirming, most community-embedded person has moments of standing in front of the mirror and seeing themselves through the system's eyes. Moments when the training breaks through, when the internalized hierarchy reasserts itself, when the skin looks wrong, the hair looks wrong, the nose looks wrong, and all the work of self-love feels suddenly insufficient against the accumulated weight of a world that has been telling you, since before you can remember, that you are the wrong shape for the rooms you are trying to inhabit. These moments are not failures. They are evidence of the wound, and acknowledging the wound is not the same as accepting the wound as permanent. It is not the same as deciding the wound is deserved. It is simply being honest about the damage that has been done so that you can begin to address it, so that you can stop performing wellness while the wound goes untreated. We spend a great deal of energy in communities that have been subjected to dehumanization, performing strength, performing resilience, performing the unbowed head. And resilience is real, strength is real. The extraordinary capacity of human beings to survive things that should not be survivable is real and should be honored. But the performance of strength can become its own kind of harm. When the performance is required, when you're not permitted to be tired or sad or broken, when your community needs you to be an emblem of resistance and cannot hold space for you as a person who has been wounded and who needs care. When the children learn from watching the adults that this kind of pain is not allowed to be spoken aloud, when the wound gets passed down, not just biologically, but through the silence that grows around it, through the cultural training, not to feel too much, not to talk too much, not to let the enemy see you bleed. There is a reason that rates of depression and anxiety in communities of color are sometimes undercounted. There is a reason that help seeking is lower in communities where mental health has been associated with weakness, with giving the oppressor what they want, with betraying the strength of the people. There is a reason that generations of people have carried unbearable weight in silence. The silence is not strength. The silence is a scar over an untreated wound, and we need to open it, not to prove victimhood, not to claim powerlessness, not to ask for pity, but because healing cannot begin in silence, because the children deserve to grow up in communities where adults are allowed to acknowledge their pain, where the acknowledgement of pain is not the same as surrender, where seeking help is understood as part of the struggle rather than a retreat from it. So let us talk about healing. Let us talk about what it actually means to heal, not in the individual therapeutic sense only, though that matters, but in the collective sense. What it means for communities that have been subjected to historical trauma to begin the work of repair. This is a field that is still being invented. There are people doing the work. There are communities who have found ways. There are models from various traditions, indigenous healing practices, African diasporic spiritual traditions, collective mourning rituals, truth and reconciliation processes, reparations frameworks, restorative justice practices. All of these contain wisdom about how communities come back from profound damage. But the work is not standardized. There is no universal protocol. There is no single right answer, because the damage is varied, because the communities are varied, because the specific form that historical trauma took in one place is different from how it took shape in another. And the healing has to be tailored to the specific injury. What I can say is that healing always begins with acknowledgement. You cannot heal what you cannot name. You cannot repair what you refuse to look at. The first step, always, is to tell the truth about what happened. Not a sanitized version, not a version that protects the powerful from accountability, not a version that asks the people who were harmed to move on for the comfort of the people who caused the harm. The actual truth, told out loud, acknowledged by the people and institutions that caused it, acknowledged as real, as documented, as serious, as having consequences that extend to the present. This acknowledgement, which is sometimes called truth-telling in the frameworks of transitional justice, is not sufficient on its own. Truth without repair is incomplete, but repair without truth is impossible. You cannot repair a relationship in which one party refuses to acknowledge that they caused harm. You cannot build a future on a foundation of denial. And we are still, in so many places, at the stage of fighting for the acknowledgement, fighting for the history to be taught, fighting for the monuments to tell the full story, fighting for the textbooks to include what was left out, fighting for the archives to be opened, the records to be released, the family histories that were deliberately destroyed by a system that wanted to sever people from their roots to be reconstructed piece by piece through the DNA and the oral history and the genealogical research and the community memory and whatever fragments survived the deliberate erasure, fighting just to have the truth acknowledged. And this fight matters. This fight is necessary. This fight is the fight that makes all the other fights possible, because you cannot organize around an injustice that the culture will not admit exists. You cannot demand repair for a wound that the official story says is not a wound at all. Just a natural difference in outcomes that reflects natural differences in merit. But let us also say this: the fight for acknowledgement is not the end. It is the beginning. The end, or rather the ongoing horizon we are moving toward, because there is no final destination. Only direction is a world in which the amount of melanin in your skin is as meaningless, socially and politically and economically, as the amount of melanin in your hair. A world in which your complexion is simply one of the many interesting specific things about you. The way your height is one of the many interesting specific things about you. Interesting biologically, interesting aesthetically, not irrelevant, but not determinative of your value, your opportunities, your safety, your experience of being human. That world does not yet exist. We can see its outlines from here. We can see the places where people are building toward it, the communities where it is more true than in others, the relationships that model it, the moments, fleeting, precious, hard-won moments when the hierarchy is suspended, when people see each other with full humanity, when the categories fall away and what remains is just two people in front of each other, both of them carrying their histories, both of them shaped by forces they did not choose, both of them trying to figure out how to be alive with integrity. Those moments exist. They are not enough, but they're evidence that the world we are trying to build is possible, that it is not a fantasy, that human beings are capable of seeing each other clearly. When the conditions are right, when the architecture is changed, when the incentives are realigned, when the stories being told are different stories. The stories matter enormously. Let us talk about the stories, because this is where so much of the work happens, in the imagination, in the narrative, in the cultural production that shapes what people believe is real and possible and normal and desirable. The stories that a culture tells itself about itself determine in large part what that culture is able to do, what it can imagine, what futures it can move toward. A culture that has told itself for 500 years that certain people are naturally less capable, less civilized, less fully human, has to change those stories before it can change the structures. Or rather, it has to change the stories as part of changing the structures. The stories and the structures are not separate, they reinforce each other. The stories justify the structures. The structures produce the conditions that seem to confirm the stories. Break the stories, you weaken the structures. Change the stories, you change what the structures seem natural and inevitable and deserved. And the stories are changing slowly, incompletely, with significant resistance, with backlash, with people who feel that the changing stories are an attack on them, who experience the expansion of the narrative to include people who look different from them as a contraction of their own story, who respond to the decentering of the white protagonist with a panic that is not really about representation, but about the other things. Representation stands for about power, about whose history matters, about who gets to be the hero of the human story. The changing stories meet resistance, but they also find ground. They find young people who grew up watching protagonists who looked like them and who cannot imagine why that was ever considered unusual. They find parents who see their children seeing themselves on screen and feel something release in them that they did not know was held. They find readers and viewers and listeners who encounter the full complexity of people who had been previously reduced to types and stereotypes and who feel for the first time the expansion that comes from having your humanity fully witnessed. This is the work of art, not just beautiful things, not just entertaining things, but things that do the epistemic work of expanding what counts as fully human. Things that put before you with specificity and care the interior life of someone whose exterior the world had dismissed. Things that require you to sit with another person's subjectivity, to follow their logic, to understand how they arrived at the choices they made, to see the world through their eyes long enough that the categories you arrived with have been softened, made more porous, made more questionable. Art does not solve the problem of racism, but art makes the problem of racism visible in ways that data and argument cannot always access. Data can tell you that Black women die in childbirth at 3 times the rate of white women. That statistic is important. That statistic should be known, but it remains, for many people, a statistic, a thing that is true in the abstract, that can be acknowledged and filed and not fundamentally disruptive. A story about one woman, her name, her face, her dreams, the way she laughed, the argument she had with her mother the week before, the baby she never got to bring home. This can do something to a person that the statistic cannot. This can make real what the statistic held at a distance. This can make the reader or viewer or listener feel the weight of the loss in a way that requires response, that makes it harder to look away, that makes it harder to continue as if nothing has happened. And then the statistic combined with the story becomes unbearable. And the unbearable is sometimes where change begins. Not always, not automatically. Humans are also very good at bearing the unbearable, at developing psychological defenses against feeling too much, at compartmentalizing the horror into a box they open briefly and close quickly. But sometimes the right story at the right moment to the right person creates a crack in the armor. And through the crack comes something that changes what that person is able to do, what they're willing to do, what they can no longer pretend they don't know. This is why storytelling is a political act. This is why telling the full story of what your skin means, not just the pride, not just the beauty, not just the uplift, but the wound and the strength and the grief and the joy and the complexity and the specificity. This storytelling is not navel-gazing. It is not narcissism. It is necessary. It is the production of the mirror in which a culture can see itself clearly, which is the precondition of change. So we tell the stories. We tell them in every medium, in novels and films and songs and murals and dances and recipes and quilts and the architecture of houses and the layout of gardens and the way we name our children. We tell them in academic journals and at kitchen tables and in barbershops and in classrooms and in the speeches we give when someone hands us a microphone. We tell them with specificity, with local detail, with the proper nouns of the places and people we actually come from, resisting the flattening that would make us representatives of a type rather than fully realized individuals with singular histories. We resist the demand that our stories be universal in the way that means white. This is a particular trap that writers and artists of color have described for generations. The pressure to universalize, to make the story accessible to the broadest possible audience, which in practice means to make it accessible to white audiences, which in practice means to sand off the specific cultural textures, the in-group references, the language that assumes a particular knowledge base, the details that would require a white reader to do some work to understand, rather than simply receiving the story through a frame they recognize. The demand to universalize is a demand to despecify, and despecification is a form of erasure. The specific is the beautiful, the specific is the true. A story about a black family is less true than a story about a Yoruba family in Lagos in 1965, or a Gulagichi family on the Georgia coast in 1920, or a Haitian family in Port-au-Prince in the weeks after the earthquake, or a Somali family in Minneapolis navigating the public school system, or a Jamaican family in Brixton in 1979. These are not interchangeable stories. These are different stories. They share some themes. Themes of blackness under white supremacy are real, and they recur, but they are different in the specifics, and the specifics are where the life is. The specifics are where the truth hides. When we demand specificity, we demand that each group's story be told in its full particularity without being forced into a more legible, more generic shape to suit the comfort of audiences who have not yet developed the curiosity or the patience to encounter the particular. This demand is a form of respect. It is the same respect we give to a person when we take the time to learn their actual name rather than replacing it with something easier to pronounce. Namis. Let us talk about names for a moment, because the name is the place where identity and language and history intersect in the most intimate way. The name is what you were called before you could speak. The name is what your parents chose for you before they knew who you would be, which is itself a kind of faith. The faith that naming is an act of calling into being, that the name shapes the person, that the name is the first gift. In many African cultures, the name is a message. It carries meaning, the circumstances of the birth, the hopes of the parents, the memory of an ancestor, the quality they are inviting the child to embody. The name is not arbitrary. The name is a story. The name is a conversation with the past and a hope for the future, condensed into a sound. When enslaved people in the Americas were renamed by their enslavers, when their African names were taken from them and replaced with English names, Roman names, names from the Bible, names that belonged to the European cultural tradition and not to the African one. This was not a minor administrative act, it was a profound violence. It was the severing of the naming chain. It was the destruction of the conversation between the child and the ancestors. It was the replacement of a story with a label, the reduction of a person to property, the denial that there was a self here that had been called into being by people who knew that self before it was born. And the names that were given in place of the African names were often the names of the enslaver himself, or his family members, or characters from his literature, or simply names that reflected his possession, his Cuffy, his Sambo, his Mammy, his Jezebel, names that were not gifts but brands. And then freedom. And the question of what to do with the name. Some freed people kept their enslavers' names because it was the only name they had, because their original names were lost, because the kin networks that would have carried those names had been scattered by the slave trade, because the generation that knew the African names was dead. Some took new names that announced their freedom: Freeman, Justice, Armstrong. Some took surnames from men they respected, even from men who had enslaved them but whom they judged to have some quality worth associating with. Some chose names from the Bible, which was the text they knew most intimately and which offered, in addition to its uses as a tool of control by enslavers, also the possibility of identification with the enslaved and resistant Israelites, with Moses who led his people out of bondage, with the prophets who spoke truth to power. The naming was a creative act, even within the constraints of the post-slavery world, even within the poverty and the violence and the ongoing systems of extraction that replaced slavery with sharecropping and sharecropping with mass incarceration. People continued to name their children with intention, with meaning, with love, with the faith that the name could carry something of value across generations. And then in the 1960s and 1970s in the United States, the naming tradition shifted again. The Black Power movement brought a new relationship to African heritage, a new refusal of the colonial legacy, a new project of self-naming that reclaimed African traditions and invented new ones. Parents began giving their children African names, Swahili names, Yoruba names, names from the broader Pan-African cultural imaginary. Or they invented new names, names that sounded African, that had African syllable structures that announced a relationship to Africa, even if they were not from a specific African language, that were acts of cultural resistance against the naming violence of the colonial era. The invented African-American names of this era, Lakeisha, Dontavius, Tanisha, Jamal, Shanice, Deshawn, are often mocked. They are cited in biased studies as evidence that Black naming practices harm Black children by making their resumes less competitive. They are used as punchlines in a certain kind of humor that masks contempt behind jokes. What they actually are is a cultural creation, a tradition of naming that is specific to African American people in the second half of the 20th century, that carries the history of the Black Power movement and the desire to resist cultural assimilation and the creative energy of people who were inventing a new culture out of the fragments of a devastated one. They are names that announce, we are here, we are our own thing, we are not going to make ourselves legible to you by naming our children after your traditions. The fact that the labor market punishes these names is not evidence that the names are wrong. It is evidence that the labor market is biased. The target of analysis and change should be the labor market, not the names. But this is an example of how the system operates. It punishes people for asserting their culture and then uses the punishment as evidence that the culture is inferior, that the people who practice it are making bad choices, that if they would just conform to the dominant standard, they would be fine, that the problem is them and not the system. This logic, the logic that says your Blackness is the problem, not the racism, is everywhere. It is the logic that says you would get better job offers if you straightened your hair, which is a statement about what kind of hair is appropriate for professional settings. a category that was created by and for people with straight hair, and that has been operationalized as a standard in ways that specifically disadvantage Black people and other people whose natural hair does not conform to European norms. And that has resulted in actual job terminations and school expulsions, and the need for legislation, the Crown Act, to explicitly prohibit hair discrimination, which you have to pass a law against. Because otherwise the discrimination is so embedded in institutional norms that it is treated as reasonable and neutral. Your natural hair growing out of your head the way it naturally grows is not a violation of professional standards. It is a violation of white standards that have been presented as neutral. And the work of distinguishing between these two things, the work of identifying which universal standards are actually the standards of one particular group that has had the power to enforce its standards as universal, this work is never finished because there are always new standards that have been so thoroughly naturalized that no one notices they were constructed, that they reflect a particular culture's preferences rather than some neutral, culture-independent ideal. What does professional mean? What does articulate mean when it is used as a compliment? What does aggressive mean when applied to a Black woman who says exactly what a white man in the same meeting would say without anyone raising an eyebrow? What does not a good cultural fit mean in an organization where everyone fits the same culture? These words, these phrases, these assessments, they're doing racial work without saying racial words. They allow the speaker to maintain plausible deniability. I never mentioned race. I just said she seemed aggressive. I just said he wasn't the right fit. I just said the resume didn't stand out. I never said anything about race. But race was the text. The other words were the cipher. And the person on the receiving end of these assessments knows this. They felt it. They cannot always prove it. And the inability to prove it the way that this racism operates in the gap between what was said and what was meant, in the deniable space of the implicit, is part of its function. It is designed to be unprovable. It is designed to make the person who felt it seem paranoid, oversensitive, playing the race card, reading discrimination into what was really just a neutral assessment. The gaslighting is part of the structure. The gaslighting tells you that what you experienced did not happen, or that it happened but was not about race, or that it was about race but you should not be upset about it, or that you are upset about it, which proves you are the problem. And living inside this gaslighting, day after day, year after year, having your perception of reality systematically undermined by a culture that insists on its own neutrality in the face of documented evidence to the contrary, this is its own form of violence, its own form of damage. This is why the naming of racism is itself an act of psychological survival. When you say that was racism, when you say it clearly to yourself and to others, refusing the alternative explanations, refusing the plausible deniability, insisting on your own perception of what happened. This is not self-pity. It is self-protection. It is the refusal to have your grip on reality loosened by a system that needs you to doubt yourself in order to function. This is why spaces where this naming can happen freely, Black spaces, community spaces, spaces where you do not have to perform neutrality, where you do not have to modulate your reading of events for the comfort of people who are invested in denying what you see. These spaces are not just pleasant, they are necessary, they're psychologically necessary. They are the spaces where you can put down the armor for a moment, where you do not have to code switch, where you do not have to manage anyone else's feelings about your reality, where you can say, this happened to me and it was what it was, and be believed. The need for these spaces is not separatism. It is not reverse racism. It is the need to have at least some part of your life in which you're not required to do the labor of maintaining other people's comfort at the expense of your own reality. And let us say something about that labor. The labor of managing whiteness, the labor of navigating white fragility, that term coined by Robin DiAngelo to describe the way that white people often respond to conversations about race with defensive reactions, with tears, with anger, with withdrawal, with the insistence that they personally are not racist and therefore are not responsible for racial outcomes, with the centering of their own discomfort in conversations that should be centered on the harm being done to people of color. This fragility, which is not weakness, but rather the product of rarely having to confront race, rarely having to examine racial privilege, rarely having been in situations where being white was a disadvantage and therefore having almost no practice at absorbing the discomfort of racial conversations. This fragility creates work for people of color. It requires them to manage the conversation in ways that do not provoke defensive shutdown, to deliver truths in ways carefully calibrated to be receivable rather than said in the most direct and honest way, to perform a patience and graciousness that is not always felt and that is particularly galling when you are the person who has been harmed and you are nonetheless required to handle the feelings of the person adjacent to the harm. This is extra labor. It is labor that is largely invisible. It is labor that people of color perform routinely without acknowledgement, without compensation, often without even being fully conscious of how much energy it is consuming, because it has been so thoroughly normalized as part of navigating predominantly white spaces. It is the labor of translation, not just linguistic translation, but cultural translation, the work of explaining your experience in terms that someone without your experience can receive, the work of making your reality legible to people for whom it is not the default, the work of finding the metaphors and the framings and the gentleness that might open a door rather than provoking a defensive slamming of it. This translation is sometimes valuable. Sometimes it is the work that changes minds. Sometimes it is the only path available, and the path is worth taking because the destination matters. But it should not be required. It should be voluntary, chosen, offered from a place of genuine willingness rather than extracted as a condition of being in the room. And the person who is doing the translating should be free to stop, should be permitted to say, I am not available to do this today. I am not the educational resource you are looking for. I am not responsible for bringing you up to speed on the history of a system that benefits you. I am tired and this is my life, and I do not owe you the labor of explaining my life to you. This should be allowed. This should be recognized as reasonable and not as hostility or as the closing of dialogue. Because the dialogue is not equal if only one side is doing the labor. Because the transformation of a society that is organized by race cannot be accomplished only by the people who bear the costs of that organization. The people who benefit from it, or at least the people who are not primarily disadvantaged by it, must do their own work, must do the reading, must examine their own assumptions, must sit with discomfort that they do not ask others to manage, must develop the tolerance for ambiguity and the capacity for honest self-examination that this work requires. This is not a punishment. This is an invitation. It is an invitation to a fuller, truer engagement with the world. Because the world is more interesting, more complex, more rich when you are not looking at it through a lens that requires most of it to be peripheral. When you can actually see and hear and engage with the full range of human experience rather than the narrow band that the default culture presents as the norm. When you develop the skills to be in genuine relationship with people whose lives are very different from yours, these skills are not just morally desirable, they are practically useful. They make you a better colleague and a better leader and a better neighbor and a better citizen and a better friend. They expand your capacity for empathy, which expands your capacity for wisdom, which expands your capacity for effective action in a complex world. The work of anti-racism is not self-flagellation. It is self-expansion. And for people of color, the work of healing and self-affirmation and reclaiming the full complexity of who you are, this is also self-expansion. It is the work of refusing to remain inside the diminished version of yourself that the system has tried to install. It is the work of growing back into your full dimensions. And what does it mean to be in your full dimensions? It means that you are not only your suffering. This is important enough to say again. You are not only your suffering. The story of what was done to your people, as real as it is, as important as it is, as necessary as it is to know and to tell, is not the entirety of who your people are. Your ancestors were not only victims, they were also dreamers and lovers and jokers and craftspeople and farmers and warriors and musicians and healers and storytellers and parents who stayed up all night with sick children and friends who showed up when no one else would. They were full human beings, living full human lives, even inside systems that tried to reduce them to instruments. And you are their full human descendants, not just their suffering descendants, not just the people who carry the wound, but the people who carry the laughter too, the music, the genius for improvisation that comes from centuries of having to make something extraordinary from whatever materials you were left with, the generosity that comes from communities that survived by sharing, the hospitality that comes from cultures that built altars to the stranger, the spiritual depth that comes from having to maintain your interior life against the full force of external denial. These are not consolation prizes for having suffered. They are the products of a particular history, a particular set of responses to a particular set of conditions, refined over centuries into cultural gifts that are genuinely extraordinary, and that the world is better for having the music. Let us stop here for a moment and talk about the music, because if there is a place where the full complexity of the Black experience in the Americas, the wound and the joy, the sorrow and the transcendence, the anger and the grace, if there is a place where all of this lives most vividly, most honestly, most beautifully, it is in the music, the blues, the jazz, the gospel, the soul, the funk, the hip-hop, the reggae, the samba, the cumbia, the bossa nova, the sun, the merengue, the afrobeats, the high life, the mbalax, the yuyu, the bela funk, the jikuom. Each of these traditions is specific. Each has its own history, its own genealogy, its own specific relationship to the communities that produced it. But all of them are rooted in a convergence of African musical traditions with the New World conditions created by the African diaspora, by slavery, by colonialism, by forced migration, and the creative adaptations of people who were building new cultures in contexts of extreme constraint. And every single one of these traditions has shaped the global musical landscape in ways that are staggering in their extent and still only partially acknowledged. The history of popular music in the 20th century is, to a very significant degree, the history of African diasporic music reaching the rest of the world. Rock and roll. Did you know, or rather, do you fully feel what that means? that the music that defined the 20th century's global youth culture, that became the soundtrack of liberation movements and generational rebellion from Calcutta to Tokyo to Lagos to London to Buenos Aires, that shaped the lives of hundreds of millions of people, that this music grew directly from the blues and the gospel that enslaved and subsequently freed Black Americans, created largely in the American South, out of African musical traditions, European harmonic structures, and the specific spiritual and aesthetic necessities of a people who had been subjected to one of history's great atrocities. The heirs of the people who performed that atrocity borrowed the music the victims made to survive it, and then made billions of dollars from it, while the original creators were largely excluded from the wealth generated by what they had created. This is the history of every single genre I named: rock and roll, jazz, the blues, rhythm and blues, soul, funk, hip-hop. Each of these forms was created by Black artists, shaped the entire cultural landscape, and was then taken up by white artists, labels, radio stations, and audiences in ways that largely excluded the original creators from the financial benefits, through structural racism in the music industry, through contract terms that exploited artists who had no negotiating power, through intellectual property regimes that did not protect their innovations, through radio playlists that would play white artists covering Black songs before they would play the original Black artists. And yet, the music survived. The music more than survived. The music thrived. The music kept evolving, kept finding new forms, kept producing new geniuses who transformed it into something that had never existed before, and then watched it get borrowed again and again and again. This is the resilience that is not performed. This is the real strength, not the performed strength, not the stoic face against the pain, but the creative excess, the generativity, the inability to be depleted even by depletion. The music is not the only place. The food is another place. The food of the African diaspora, soul food, Creole cuisine, Brazilian food, Caribbean food, the food traditions of West African cooking that have become the foundation of beloved national cuisines all over the world, is another place where you can see this, where enslaved people made extraordinary cuisine from the ingredients that were least valued, the offal and the ears and the feet, the greens that nobody else wanted, the roots that grew in poor soil, and created food that is now celebrated in the finest restaurants in the world. The creativity of constraint, the way that limitation forced upon people produced not mediocrity, but a kind of genius that only comes from having to solve a problem that cannot be solved the easy way. This is not to glorify the conditions that produced the necessity. The conditions were abhorrent. The constraint was violence. The people who created this cuisine under those conditions would have preferred overwhelmingly to have had access to all the ingredients, all the resources, all the abundance that was available to the people who held them captive. But the creativity was real, and it survived, and it is yours. The music is yours, the food is yours, the fashion is yours, the language is yours, the specific, layered, multiply inflected Englishes and Portugueses and Spanishes and French Creoles that the diaspora created, languages that are linguistically fascinating for their grammatical innovations, their blending of multiple linguistic systems, their precision and expressiveness and capacity to say things that other languages do not have words for. AAV, African American Vernacular English, is not broken English. It is a dialect with a consistent internal grammar, with specific grammatical rules that are as systematic as the rules of any other dialect of English, with a vocabulary that is both ancient, tracing back to African linguistic structures, and continuously innovating, that has given the English language hundreds of words and expressions that have been absorbed into the general American English lexicon, usually without acknowledgement of their origin. Cool, hip, jazz, rock, groove, chill, flex, shade, woke, cloud, lit, salty, bounce, slay, vibe. These words all came from Black American vernacular and are now used by everyone. The language is yours. The dance is yours. The spiritual traditions are yours. The philosophical traditions, the traditions of thought that developed within and around the African diaspora, the philosophies of liberation and resistance and community and transcendence that were developed by people thinking through the hardest human questions under the hardest human conditions, these are yours. The Harlem Renaissance, the Negritude movement, Pan-Africanism, Black feminism, womanism, the entire tradition of Black radical thought that runs from Frederick Douglass and Harriet Tubman through W.E.B. Du Bois and Anna Julia Cooper and Ida B. Wells, through Marcus Garvey and Zora Neale Hurston, through Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Jr. and Fannie Lou Hamer and Ella Baker and Lorraine Hansberry and James Baldwin, through Angela Davis and Bell Hooks and Audre Lorde and Toni Morrison, through the scholars and activists and artists working right now. This tradition of thought is one of the great philosophical traditions of the modern world. It is not marginal. It is not supplementary. It is not African American thought as a category separate from and subsidiary to the main tradition of philosophy. It is philosophy. It is among the most sophisticated, most rigorous, most practically urgent philosophical work of the last 2 centuries, because it was produced by people for whom the questions were not abstract, for whom what does it mean to be human was not a seminar question, but a survival question, for whom how should we organize society was not a theoretical exercise, but a life or death practical problem, for whom what is justice was something they had to know the answer to, because justice was being denied to them and they needed to fight for it with precision and intelligence and a full understanding of the arguments being made against their humanity. The necessity produced the rigor, and the rigor produced some of the greatest thinkers who ever lived. James Baldwin. Let me spend a few sentences here because Baldwin demands it. Baldwin understood and described with a clarity that has never been surpassed the relationship between the personal and the political, between the interior life and the social structure, between the damage done by white supremacy to white people and the damage done to black people. He understood that you cannot love your child and hate another child. He understood that the lies you tell to maintain your position of power corrupt your own soul, not just your relationships with the people you are lying about. He understood that the American refusal to know its own history was not innocence but willed blindness, and that the willed blindness had a cost that was being paid by everyone, most directly by Black Americans, but also differently and more invisibly by white Americans who were imprisoned in a fantasy of innocence that prevented them from becoming fully human. He said it better than this. He said it in a prose style that was simultaneously the most precise analytic instrument and the most passionate piece of music that could convey the full complexity of historical analysis while making you feel in your chest what was at stake. He was a writer who managed to be both rigorously intelligent and deeply kind, even toward the people who had harmed him, even toward the country that had tried to unmake him, even toward the white people whose good intentions he was dismantling with surgical care. He loved what he was criticizing, because you cannot honestly engage with something you do not love. The harshest criticism of America that Baldwin ever wrote was written by a man who loved America, who was made by America, whose language and culture and literary tradition came from America, who returned to America again and again, even when he could have stayed in France, because he was American, and America was his, and he was not going to give it up. He was going to claim it fully, including the parts that were terrible, and insist that it face itself. This insistence, this refusal to let the country off the hook, while simultaneously refusing to let go of it. This is love, difficult love, demanding love, love that requires something of the beloved. Love that says, I see you clearly, I see your flaws, I see the distance between who you are and who you could be, and I'm not going to pretend that distance does not exist, because pretending would be a betrayal of both of us. This is the love that produces transformation, and it is also available as a model for the individual work. The individual work of loving yourself with that same kind of demanding, clear-eyed, non-pretending love, seeing yourself fully, seeing the wound without being defined by it, seeing the beauty without being limited to it, seeing the complexity, the contradictions, the places where you have internalized the system you're fighting, the places where you have been harder than necessary on yourself or easier than necessary, the places where you are genuinely extraordinary, and the places where you are just ordinary and frightened, and doing your best. That love, that clear-eyed, full-dimensional, demanding, transformative love directed at yourself. This is the work, and it requires courage, because it is easier to either idealize yourself or destroy yourself than to actually see yourself. Idealization requires that you not look too closely. Destruction requires that you accept the judgment of those who did not see you clearly. But actual self-knowledge, the knowledge that comes from honest looking, from sitting with what you find, from not flinching away from the difficult parts or the beautiful parts. This requires staying in the room with yourself when what you find is uncomfortable. This is what the best therapy does, when therapy is available and accessible, which it often is not for people who most need it, a fact that is itself an injustice. The people most damaged by systems of oppression are the least able to access the tools for healing that those systems have produced, because those tools cost money, because they're often culturally calibrated for white middle-class patients, because seeking them involves admitting vulnerability in communities where vulnerability has been punishable, because the field of psychology has its own history of violence toward communities of color, including having pathologized resistance to oppression as mental illness. This is why the healing cannot only be individual. The wound is collective. The healing must also be collective. The community is the therapist and the patient simultaneously. The community holds the stories that the individual cannot hold alone. The community provides the witness that makes truth-telling possible. The community is the space in which the weight of history can be distributed across many shoulders rather than concentrated on one. This is what the church has been. This is what the barbershop has been. This is what the beauty salon has been. This is what the kitchen table has been. The informal spaces of community where the official stories could be set aside and the actual truth could be spoken, where the wounds could be named, where the rage could be expressed safely, where the strategies for navigation and resistance could be developed, where the children could learn not just the history the school would teach them, but the history the school was afraid of, the history that explained why the world worked the way it worked and what it meant to be who they were in that world. These spaces are sacred, not in the abstract, literally sacred, consecrated by the need and the truth-telling that happened in them, made holy by the humanity they sheltered and nourished and helped to survive. And we need to defend them, not just as nostalgic attachments, not just as nice places to spend time, but as functional structures for collective healing and resistance and cultural continuity, because the forces that would prefer to keep communities of color divided and isolated and individually consumed with survival do not stop trying to eliminate these spaces. Gentrification eliminates them, physically displacing the communities from the neighborhoods where these spaces were located. Digital mediation transforms and potentially dilutes them. You can have a version of community online, but the barbershop requires physical presence in a way that Discord does not. The demands of economic survival fragment them when everyone is working 2 jobs and the commute is long and the hours are unpredictable. The kitchen table gathering becomes a luxury rather than a routine. We fight for the spaces. We rebuild them when they are destroyed. We improvise new forms when the old ones are not available, because the community is not optional. The community is the survival structure, and from the community comes the next generation. Let us talk about the next generation, because this is ultimately, in every honest conversation about race and history and healing and justice, what everything is for. The children, the people who are going to inherit this world, this history, this skin, this struggle, the people who are going to have to find their own way through the architecture that was built before they arrived, who are going to be asked to carry what they did not choose, who are going to have to decide for themselves what to do with the accumulated wisdom and the accumulated wound. What do we want to give them? Not just what do we want to protect them from, the obvious answer being from racism, from violence, from the diminishment of their humanity, from the lies about their worth. But what do we want to give them? What do we want to put in their hands as they begin? The truth. That seems like the obvious answer. Give them the truth, tell them what happened, tell them who they are, tell them the full story, not the sanitized version, not the comfortable version, not the version designed to make them feel better in the short term, at the cost of leaving them unprepared for the world they are about to enter. The truth, including the hard parts, including you will be treated unjustly sometimes because of the way you look. This is not fair. This is not your fault. This does not reflect your worth. But it will happen, and you need to know that it will happen so that when it does happen, you do not collapse under it or internalize it or conclude that the injustice is somehow deserved. Including our history is longer and more complex than what the textbooks show you. We were not simply victims of history. We were actors in history. We made choices. We built things. We created civilizations that were extraordinary before the Europeans arrived. And while the Europeans were trying to destroy them, and after the worst of what they could do had been done, you come from people who survived the unsurvivable and built beauty in the rubble. And that is real, and that is yours. Including, there are people in your community, people who look like you, who have done things that are not admirable, who have collaborated with unjust systems, who have harmed other people, who are not heroes. And that is also the truth, because your people are fully human, which means some of you are also capable of the full range of human failure. And the fact that this is so does not invalidate the justice of the struggle for your humanity, but it does mean you have to be clear-eyed about your community and not just defensive, including you are not obligated to carry the full weight of the struggle. You are allowed to rest. You are allowed to have a life that is not defined by your race. You are allowed to pursue joy and beauty and love and achievement for their own sake, without it always being a political act, without it always having to means something beyond what it means to you personally. You are allowed to just be a person sometimes, including you are more than this story. You are the story, and you are also beyond it. You carry the history, and you also have a present and a future and a life that belongs to you. That is not just the continuation of an old story, but the beginning of a new one. Yours, specific to you, going somewhere only you can go. This is what we want to give the children. The truth that frees them, not the truth that paralyzes them with grief or rage or fear, not the truth that makes them feel only the weight, but the truth that gives them the full picture, that tells them who they are and where they come from and what was done and what was created and what is still being created, so that they can stand in the full dimensions of their inheritance and make their own choices about what to do with it. So that they can look in the mirror and see not a problem, but a person, not a category, but an individual, not a wound, but a life, a specific, unrepeatable, remarkable life inside a specific, unrepeatable, remarkable skin, one that carries the accumulated wisdom of their ancestors' particular journey, and the accumulated creativity, and the accumulated love, and the accumulated grief, and the accumulated anger, and the accumulated joy, and the accumulated will to survive and to create and to insist on being fully human in a world that has not always been willing to acknowledge that fullness. All of it is in the skin. All of it is what they are carrying. All of it is the inheritance. And the question the inheritance asks, the question it has always asked, the question your ancestors asked every morning when they woke up inside it, the question you ask every morning, the question the children will ask every morning is, what are you going to do with this? Not what was done to you with this, not what does this cost you? Though those questions matter and deserve honest answers. But also, what are you going to do with this? What are you going to build? What are you going to say? What are you going to heal? What are you going to change? What are you going to create that has never existed before? That only you, in this body, with this history, in this moment, with this particular combination of wound and wisdom and love and rage and grief and joy, can create what is the thing that only you can make. Make it with everything you have. Make it with the full weight of where you come from. Make it with the beauty and the pain inseparable. Make it specific enough that it could only have come from you, from your particular place on the map of human experience, from your particular inheritance of melanin and memory. Make it and put it in the world. And let the world be changed by it, because the world needs to be changed by it. The world is incomplete without it. The world has been trying to tell you that what you have is too little, too dark, too loud, too much, not enough, the wrong kind of beauty, the wrong kind of intelligence, the wrong kind of presence. The world has been lying. What you have is irreplaceable. What you carry in that skin is irreplaceable. The journey it took to produce that specific shade, those specific features, that specific configuration of cells, the journey is 10,000 years long. It crossed oceans, it survived catastrophes, it made beauty out of terror. It kept laughing when laughter was the only resistance available. It kept singing when singing was the only freedom remaining. It kept loving when love was the most dangerous and also the most necessary act. That journey is in you, and you are its latest chapter, not its last chapter. You are writing the next one with your body, your voice, your choices, your relationships, your work, your love, your refusal to be made smaller than you are. You are writing it right now. And the ancestors, all of them, all the way back, all the skins that preceded yours, all the people whose accumulated choices built the body you're living in, they're watching, not with judgment, with hope, with the specific, clear-eyed, demanding, transformative love of people who survived so that you could have the chance to do what they could not fully do, to be fully what they could not fully be, to live in the fullness of a humanity that was always there, always real, always worth everything, worth every crossed ocean, worth every burned village, worth every broken name, worth every locked door, worth every small bright act of defiance in the long dark. You are what they were working toward. You are what all of it was for. The skin you are in your specific, unrepeatable, ancestrally tested, historically loaded, beautiful, sufficient, more than enough skin is the answer to a question that was asked before you were born. The question was, will it continue? And the answer is you. Yes, it continues. It is continuing right now with everything you are, with everything you carry, with everything you are becoming. The journey continues. One skin tone that carries the accumulated wisdom of your ancestors' particular journey and everything that journey taught them about what it means to survive, to create, to love, to resist, to hope, to begin again, to refuse to be unmade, to insist on beauty in the middle of ruin, to keep the stories alive, to pass something forward that is worth receiving, to look at the children and see in them not the end of the suffering, but the beginning of something that the suffering could not extinguish. The journey continues, and you are in it fully, and that is enough. That is more than enough. That is, in every sense that matters, everything. The archive, we have been speaking in the voice of direct address, the second person, the intimate you, and this is intentional, because this subject does not live in the abstract. It lives in the specific. It lives in you, reading this, in your body, with your history, with your specific complexion and its specific weight in the world you inhabit. But let us also try to speak in the third person for a while. Let us look at the history from a slight remove, not to diminish its intimacy, but to expand its view, to see the larger patterns, to trace the arc that bends so slowly toward justice, or at least toward recognition. The archive of race is long. The archive begins, if we can say it begins anywhere, not with race, but with the categories that preceded race, with tribe, with clan, with the differentiation of us from them that seems to be one of the oldest human cognitive habits, the tendency to draw circles of belonging and to sort the world into inside and outside. This tendency is ancient. It predates race. It predates any meaningful concept of what we now call ethnicity. It is visible in the archaeological record, in the evidence of warfare and trade and marriage patterns, and the way that early human groups interacted, sometimes with violence, sometimes with incorporation, always with some version of the question, who is one of us and who is not? But this ancient tendency is not the same as race. Race is specific. Race is the systematization of visual difference, primarily skin color, but also hair texture, facial features, bone structure, into a hierarchy with legal and economic consequences. Race is not just we are different from them. Race is they are lesser because of their biological characteristics, which are fixed and innate and determine the capacity for civilization and their appropriate place in the social order. This specific form of thinking, biological determinism applied to complexion, emerged at a specific historical moment. It did not always exist. It was invented. And understanding that it was invented, that it has a birthday and an author and a set of interests it was designed to serve, is essential to understanding both how powerful it has been and how it can be dismantled. The moment most historians point to, though there are earlier precedents that complicate this narrative, is the development of the Atlantic slave trade in the 15th and 16th centuries, and specifically the moment when the Portuguese and then Spanish traders began importing large numbers of enslaved Africans to the Americas. Before this moment, the relationship between skin color and status in Europe was complex, but did not map onto the racial hierarchy that would later be constructed. There were dark-skinned people in medieval and Renaissance Europe, Moorish scholars, African diplomats, merchants from the sub-Saharan trade networks who were received with a range of attitudes, none of which amounted to the systematic racial ideology that was about to be constructed. There was prejudice, there was othering, there was a tendency to associate darkness with evil in certain strands of Christian iconography. But there was not yet the coherent, pseudoscientific, legally enforced doctrine that some people were biologically determined to be the property of others. That doctrine was constructed deliberately to justify a specific economic need. The need was labor, specifically the labor of producing the commodity crops, sugar, tobacco, cotton, coffee, indigo, rice, that were going to make the plantation economies of the Americas enormously profitable for European investors and colonists. These crops were extraordinarily labor intensive. The land was available in apparently unlimited quantities. The capital was available from European investors who had been enriched by the earlier stages of the colonial enterprise. What was needed was labor, massive quantities of it, continuous, controllable, and above all, free, or rather, as close to free as could be arranged, which meant coerced, which meant enslaved. The first attempt was to enslave indigenous Americans. This failed for several reasons. The indigenous populations were devastated by European diseases to which they had no immunity. They knew the local terrain and could escape more easily. And the church, for complicated political reasons, was sometimes able to advocate for limits on the enslavement of indigenous peoples, though it did not advocate for abolition and often participated actively in the colonial enterprise in other ways. The second attempt was indentured servitude of European workers, a system in which people traded a period of labor, typically 7 years, for passage to the Americas. This worked for a while, and it produced a class of workers who, when their indentures were up, expected to receive land and freedom. When these expectations were frustrated, when the land was already taken and the promise of freedom turned out to mean very little, the result was political instability. Bacon's Rebellion of 1676, in which poor white indentured servants and enslaved black people fought together against the Virginia colonial elite, demonstrated the danger of having a large class of impoverished, resentful workers who had nothing to lose. The solution that the colonial elite found was elegant in its evil. Divide the poor white workers from the poor black workers. Give the white workers something, not much, not land, not real power, but a color, a membership card in whiteness. The understanding that however poor they were, however exploited they were, however much the plantation aristocracy extracted from their labor as well, they were white, which meant they were better than black, which meant they were on the right side of the line, which meant they had an interest in maintaining the line. This is the origin of what historians like Theodore Allen have called the white race. Not a biological category, but a political one. A coalition forged out of nothing more than contrast with an invented lower category. A solidarity built on contempt rather than on genuine shared interest. And it worked. The class solidarity that had briefly united poor white and black workers in Bacon's rebellion never re-emerged in the same form. The white race closed ranks. The legal distinctions between free whites and enslaved blacks were codified and hardened. The doctrine of racial hierarchy was elaborated in pseudoscientific terms by physicians, by naturalists, by philosophers who provided the intellectual architecture to make the economic arrangement seem natural and inevitable and God-ordained rather than politically manufactured. Linnaeus put Africans in his taxonomy below Europeans, describing them in terms that would be considered grotesque today, in terms of their supposed animal-like qualities. Blumenbach invented the category of Caucasian, placing it at the top of his racial hierarchy on the basis of his aesthetic preference for a Georgian skull he found beautiful. Jefferson, who enslaved hundreds of people and fathered children with an enslaved woman he could not legally marry, wrote carefully in his notes on the state of Virginia about his suspicion that black people were intellectually inferior, hedging his language enough to claim uncertainty while making clear the hierarchy he believed in. These men were not cranks. They were the intellectual authorities of their time. Their frameworks were taken seriously. They shaped education, law, policy, science, and popular belief for generations. The racial ideology built itself into the structures of law. In the United States, the legal history of race is a history of lines being drawn and enforced with devastating precision. The one-drop rule, the principle that any traceable African ancestry made you black, regardless of phenotype, was not a natural description of racial categories. It was a legal device designed to maximize the number of people who could be enslaved or later subjected to Jim Crow segregation. It was designed to ensure that the children of enslaved women and their enslavers, who were often the same person as their enslaver's child's father, would be enslaved rather than free, maximizing the enslaver's human property. The one-drop rule is American. Other colonial societies constructed their racial hierarchies differently. In Brazil, the colonial system created a more graduated set of categories, dozens of terms for different combinations of European, African, and indigenous ancestry, and the boundaries between categories were somewhat more permeable, though still hierarchical, still based on proximity to whiteness. In the Caribbean, similar complexity existed. These differences matter. They produce different experiences of race, different possibilities for navigation within the hierarchy, different forms of resistance, different patterns of solidarity and conflict within and between groups. But all of these systems had in common the basic architecture: European ancestry at the top, African ancestry at the bottom, indigenous ancestry somewhere in between, and the entire system organized to maximize the transfer of wealth from the bottom to the top. This is what race has always been about: wealth transfer. The ideology of racial hierarchy was the justification. The structure of racial hierarchy was the mechanism. The wealth transfer was the purpose, and it was spectacularly effective. The wealth that was extracted from enslaved labor over the 2.5 centuries of the Atlantic slave trade is almost impossible to quantify. Various economists have attempted it with numbers running into the trillions of dollars in today's terms. The wealth extracted through colonialism from Africa, Asia, the Americas, and other colonized territories is similarly enormous. This wealth did not disappear. It flowed into the economies that generated it, into British banks and American railroads and Dutch shipping companies and Brazilian plantation families and Caribbean trading houses. It built universities: Yale, Harvard, Columbia, brown, all have documented connections to slavery. It capitalized the Industrial Revolution. It funded the global expansion of European financial systems that became the foundation of modern capitalism. And the communities whose labor generated that wealth were left with what? With their labor taken, with their land taken, with their languages suppressed, with their religions criminalized or forced underground, with their family structures deliberately destroyed, with their cultures systematically devalued, with their descendants entering the free era, starting from nothing, no land, no capital, no legal protection, no political rights, and being expected to compete in a system that had been built on the very wealth that their ancestors had been forced to generate. This is the context within which post-slavery poverty in communities of color must be understood. It is not the result of cultural deficiencies. It is not the result of the personal failures of individual members of those communities. It is the predictable and in many ways planned outcome of a system that was designed to keep the wealth flowing upward and keep the people at the bottom of the hierarchy too exhausted and deprived and divided to organize effectively against it. This system did not end with the abolition of slavery. Slavery was replaced by systems that continued the essential function, extracting maximum labor from black people at minimum cost under different legal arrangements. Sharecropping, convict leasing, which under the 13th Amendment's exemption for criminal punishment was technically legal slavery, Jim Crow, the black codes, poll taxes, grandfather clauses, literacy tests designed to be passed by whites and failed by blacks, lynching, which was not a spontaneous expression of individual racism, but a system of terror that enforced racial hierarchy in areas where the legal system was too slow or too unreliable. Then the Great Migration, the movement of 6 million Black Americans from the South to the North between 1910 and 1970 inches, search of better conditions, better opportunities, less overt violence, and finding in the North a different but equally effective system. Not Jim Crow's explicit legal segregation, but redlining, restrictive covenants, real estate agent steering, mortgage discrimination, employment discrimination, school underfunding. The wealth gap that persists today between white and black Americans is not a mystery. It is the result of a system that built wealth for one group and extracted wealth from another for 3.5 centuries, and that has continued in modified forms to maintain that differential ever since. The gap is not natural. It is not the product of differential work ethic or intelligence or culture. It is the product of policies that were deliberately designed to build white wealth and prevent black wealth building, policies that are well documented, that were implemented by specific people in specific institutions that had specific measurable effects. And if the gap was produced by policy, it can be changed by policy. This is the argument for reparations, not as charity, not as guilt, as repair, as the acknowledgement that a specific harm was done, that it had specific measurable consequences that extend to the present, and that the institutions that benefited from that harm, including the federal government of the United States, which actively supported slavery and implemented Jim Crow and administered redlining, owe a debt to the descendants of those who were harmed. This argument is not new. Formerly enslaved people were promised reparations at the end of the Civil War. Sherman's Special Field Order number 15, the 40 acres and a mule that has entered American mythology and were then denied them when Andrew Johnson revoked the order. The debate about reparations has continued since then, periodically resurging whenever conditions made it politically possible or necessary to have it, The argument has been made most rigorously and most publicly by Ta-Nehisi Coates in his 2014 essay, The Case for Reparations in the Atlantic, which traced the specific policy history of wealth extraction from Black Americans through the 20th century, and made the case that the gap cannot be closed without addressing its structural causes. The argument is uncomfortable for many people. For white Americans, it is uncomfortable because it requires acknowledging both the history of white privilege and the possibility of material cost, the possibility that repair might require redistribution rather than just acknowledgement and apology. For some Black Americans, it is uncomfortable for different reasons. The practical difficulty of determining who would be eligible, the question of who would administer it and how, the suspicion that even if it were implemented, it would be undermined, the concern that it would be used to declare the matter settled and that everything else would then be over. These are legitimate concerns. They do not, in themselves, constitute an argument against reparations. They constitute arguments about the design of any reparations program. The principle that historic injustice produces ongoing measurable harm and that the beneficiaries of that injustice owe something to the harmed parties. This principle is not controversial in other contexts. Germany has paid reparations to Holocaust survivors and their descendants. The United States has paid reparations to Japanese Americans who were interned during World War II. The principle has been applied. The question is not whether it can work, but whether there's the political will to apply it to the largest and most consequential historical injustice in American history. The political will at the time of this writing remains insufficient. But the conversation is happening, and the conversation is part of the change. Because reparations, even if never implemented in full, would require the country to have the conversation about its own history that it has been avoiding, would require the documentation of the specific harms, the accounting, the acknowledgement, the truth-telling that precedes all repair. And truth-telling, even incomplete truth-telling, even truth-telling that is not followed by full repair changes something. It changes what stories are available to be told. It changes what children are taught. It changes what feels legitimate to demand and what feels like overreach. It changes the terms of the conversation. And the terms of the conversation are not trivial. They are the precondition of the structural change. Part 3, the body politic. We have traveled some distance from the skin, or rather we have traveled through the skin. We went inside it and found history. We went through history and found politics. We went through politics and found economics. We went through economics and found philosophy and found art and found the kitchen table and found the children. Now let us come back to the surface, to the skin as it is actually lived. Because everything we have discussed, the history, the philosophy, the politics, the economics, all of it arrives in the daily experience of being in a body. All of it lands in the moment of crossing the street or entering the room or handing over the resume or waiting for the ambulance or standing in front of the mirror. The abstract becomes flesh. The historical becomes immediate. The structural becomes personal. And the personal, we should always remember this, is also still political. Your individual experience of your skin is shaped by the systems we have been discussing. Your individual healing is connected to the collective healing. Your individual choice to love yourself is an act within a context, a choice made possible by all the people who made it possible to make that choice, all the people who fought for the right to see themselves clearly and to insist on their own beauty and worth against the full weight of a world that denied it. Your individual life is your own, and it is also part of the larger story. Both of these things are true. Holding both of these things at once, the fullness of your individual life and its embeddedness in the larger story, is one of the central challenges and one of the central practices of living with awareness in a racialized world. Too much emphasis on the individual, and you lose the systemic analysis. You end up in the individualist trap. If you work hard enough, if you love yourself enough, if you are exceptional enough, you can transcend your history, which is sometimes true and mostly insufficient, because individual success within an unjust system does not change the system. And the system keeps producing its outcomes, regardless of whether individuals succeed in spite of it. Too much emphasis on the systemic and you lose the person. You end up reduced to your social location, to your demographics, to the categories of oppression and privilege that describe your position in the structure. You become a representative rather than an individual. Your specific, unrepeatable, singular humanity gets flattened into a type. The challenge is to hold both, to see yourself clearly as a person specific, complex, neither hero nor victim, capable of both extraordinary courage and ordinary pettiness, shaped by your history but not determined by it, limited by your context but not confined to it. And simultaneously to see yourself as embedded in a structure that predates you and will outlast you, and that shapes your experience in ways you must understand if you want to navigate them with any degree of consciousness. Both lenses. At the same time, this is the hard work, and it is daily. There's no arrival. There is only the practice of seeing yourself clearly, of seeing the world clearly, of refusing both the comfort of denial and the despair of paralysis, of staying in motion, of finding the specific things that you can do from where you are with what you have toward the world you believe in, of remembering on the days when it is very hard that the ancestors also had days when it was very hard and they kept going, and here you are, of remembering on the days when something small and beautiful happens, a moment of genuine connection across difference, a piece of work you're proud of, a child who looks at you with uncomplicated love, a sunset over the particular city or town or landscape that is yours, of remembering that beauty is not a distraction from the struggle. Beauty is the thing the struggle is for. Joy is not a luxury. Joy is a political act. Joy in the face of a system designed to deny your humanity is the insistence on your humanity. Joy is resistance. Laughter is resistance. Love is resistance. Creating something beautiful and true is resistance. Living a full life, pursuing your specific dreams, loving your specific people, developing your specific gifts, being a specific self with as much freedom and fullness as you can manage is resistance. Not because everything is political, but because the systems we have been discussing were designed specifically to narrow the range of what was possible for you, to reduce your options, to keep you focused on survival at the expense of flowering. And every time you flower anyway, every time you create, every time you love, every time you laugh, every time you live with fullness rather than just subsistence, you are exceeding what the system intended for you. You are more than the system planned. You have always been more than the system planned, and you always will be. That is not a comfort. It is a fact. The system has never been able to fully contain the people it tried to contain, has never been able to fully extinguish the creativity and the resilience and the love and the beauty making that characterize every human community, including and especially the ones that were subjected to the most brutal attempts at suppression. This is not because suffering is ennobling. It is not. Suffering is diminishing. Suffering takes things from people that do not come back. Let no one romanticize it. But it is the case that human beings subjected to the worst have found ways to remain more than the worst, to create in the middle of destruction, to love in the middle of terror, to laugh in the middle of grief, to pass something forward, even when it seemed like there would be no one to receive it. This is not a reason to tolerate injustice. It is a reason to be awed by the humans who endured it. And to fight with everything, you have to ensure that the next generation does not have to be that kind of awe-inspiring, can just be people living their lives in their full dimensions, without having to be extraordinary just to be treated as ordinarily human. This is the dream. It has been the dream for a long time. It is still the dream. And dreams, as the poets have always known, are not passive things. Dreams are instructions. Dreams are the imagination of the possible that precedes its realization. Dreams do the work of making the future conceivable before it is achievable, which is the first step toward making it achievable. So we dream it with our whole bodies, with everything the skin carries. We dream it toward the children. We dream it toward the future. We dream it as hard as we can. One skin tone that carries the accumulated wisdom of your ancestors' particular journey and their accumulated hope and their accumulated love and their accumulated dream of a world that descendants might inhabit more freely than they did. We are those descendants, and we carry the dream forward imperfectly every day with everything we have. Part 4. Witness. In the tradition of much African diasporic literature, there is the figure of the witness, not just the observer, not just the recorder, but the person whose specific act of seeing makes the seen thing real, acknowledged, no longer invisible. The person whose testimony creates the truth of the matter in the public record. The person who stands up and says, I was there, I saw this happened, I will not let it be denied. The witness is necessary because denial is always possible, and denial is always tempting. For the people who cause the harm, denial protects them from accountability. For the broader society, denial protects it from the discomfort of knowing what was done in its name, with its resources, by its institutions. And even for the people who suffered the harm, denial can be tempting. The denial that says this is not as bad as it is, or that says we can just move forward without looking back, or that says if we acknowledge the full extent of the damage, we will be paralyzed or pitiable or defined by it. But denial comes at a cost. It always comes at a cost. The cost of denial is reality untreated. The cost of denial is the wound that goes on bleeding under the bandage. The cost of denial is the story that cannot be fully told, and therefore the healing that cannot be fully done, and therefore the fullness that cannot be fully inhabited. The witness stands against denial. The witness says, I see you. What happened to you happened. It matters. You're not imagining it. You're not being oversensitive. You're not making it up. It is real, and it was wrong, and it deserves to be acknowledged. This witnessing can happen in courts of law. It can happen in truth and reconciliation commissions. It can happen in therapy. It can happen in conversation between friends. It can happen in the writing of books and the making of films and the composition of songs and the creation of any art that says, this was real, these people were real, this happened. The literature of bearing witness is vast. It includes the slave narratives, the testimonies of formerly enslaved people, many of them written or dictated in the 19th century, that documented in specific first-person, irrefutable terms what the experience of slavery actually was, countering the plantation mythology that portrayed slavery as benign and enslaved people as content, Frederick Douglass's narrative, Harriet Jacobs's incidents in the life of a slave girl, Solomon Northup's 12 Years a Slave. These are not just historical documents, though they are that. They are acts of witnessing. They put before the reader a human being specific, thinking, feeling, eloquent, proud, wounded, insisting, and said, "This is what we are. Not what you have said we are, but what we actually are." And they changed things. Not immediately, not completely, not without enormous continued struggle, but they changed what was possible to believe. They made it harder to maintain the lie that enslaved people were contented or incapable. They created, in the public record, an incontrovertible testimony that demanded a response. This tradition continues. Every memoir, every novel, every film, every song, every poem that bears witness to the experience of living in a body that has been subjected to the violence of racial hierarchy. Every one of these continues the tradition, and the tradition is necessary because the denial continues. The rewriting of history continues. The lost cause mythology continues. The teaching of sanitized history continues. The insistence that things were not as bad as they were, that the people who say they were harmed are exaggerating, that the current disparities are not the result of historical injustice but of personal failing. This continues. And so the witnessing continues, book by book, song by song, film by film, story by story, person by person, all of it saying again and again and again, in as many specific and particular and undeniable ways as can be found. This is real. We are real. What happened to us happened, and it matters. It matters because it happened. It matters because it is happening still in modified forms. It matters because the people it happened to were and are fully human, which means their experience is fully worthy of being known and acknowledged and grieved and honored. It matters because the future cannot be built on a foundation of denial. The witness, this is what the skin is. This is one of the things the skin is. The skin is witness to itself, as the physical evidence of a history, as the incontrovertible documentation written in melanin and carried through generations that these people existed, that they survived, that they are here. You are here. Your skin is the evidence of the journey, the evidence of the survival, the evidence of the love that kept choosing to have children even when the world was hostile to those children, the love that said, yes, we will bring another person into this. We will give them this body and this history and this world, because the alternative not bringing them into being is a victory for everything that would rather we did not exist. You exist because someone loved you before you were born, because someone kept going when stopping would have been understandable, because someone carried the weight and put it down long enough to create you. You are the evidence of their choice. You are the evidence of their love. And you are the witness of your own story. The first and most important witness, the one whose testimony matters most, not because your experience is more important than anyone else's, but because you are the one who is here in this body, with this history, in this moment, and the act of seeing yourself clearly, fully, honestly, with love and without illusion is the act that makes everything else possible. See yourself clearly. Witness yourself. Know yourself. Not as the categories would have you known, but as you actually are, in the full complexity and beauty and wound and strength and joy and grief and love and intelligence and creativity and ordinary humanness of actually being you. This is the work. It is the beginning of the work. It is also, in some ways, the whole work, because a person who truly knows themselves, who has done the work of seeing themselves without the distortion of either the system's contempt or the reaction formation of false certainty, is a person who can act in the world with a kind of grounded clarity that makes them effective in ways that compensate for their vulnerabilities, that makes them useful to their community in ways that serve the struggle, that makes them capable of love and connection that sustains everyone around them. Know yourself. The skin already knows. The skin carries the knowledge all the way back. 10,000 years of answers to a question the sun kept asking. The answer is you. And it is correct. It was always correct, even when the world said otherwise. Especially when the world said otherwise. You were the correct answer. You were always the correct answer. And you carry the proof in your skin. One skin tone, one journey, accumulated, passed forward to you, and through you to the children you will hold, and to the children you will never meet, who will carry it forward long after you, into futures you cannot imagine. That will be built in part on what you do right now, with what you were given, with what you carry, with the skin you're in. Coda, things the skin knows. The skin knows sunrise. The skin knows the specific quality of light in the place your people come from, the angle of it, the way it lands differently here than there, the warmth that registers not just as temperature but as home. The skin knows the texture of the hands that first held it, the pressure of those hands, the specific smell of the person those hands belonged to. Before you had words for anything, before you could speak or understand speech, before you were a person in the social sense already, the skin was learning, already was being taught by touch, by warmth, by the specific pressure of the hands of the people who received you into the world. The skin knows the geography it came from, knows it in the muscle memory of moving through certain landscapes, the ease of certain terrains, the slight disorientation of others, knows it in the foods that taste like something before they taste like anything in particular, in the smells that open something in the chest that nothing else opens. The skin knows grief, knows it as more than feeling, knows it as physical event, the chest that closes, the shoulders that come forward, the gut that tightens, the specific way the body configures itself around loss, which is a posture you might recognize in photographs of your grandparents, in the way your mother holds herself sometimes, in the way you catch yourself standing when something has been taken. The skin knows joy, joy that is older than thought, the joy that moves the body before the mind has processed what there is to be joyful about, the joy that is in the hips before it is in the head, the joy that comes through the feet first, in certain music, in certain rhythms that are older than any living person's memory, that echo something the body recognizes from before it was this particular body. The skin knows fear, knows the specific quality of fear that is about survival, the ancient fear, the one that sharpens all the senses and makes the world suddenly very clear and very present, the one that is wisdom, not weakness, the one that says, pay attention, something real is happening here. The skin knows love, knows it as a physical fact, the way the body opens, relaxes, softens in the presence of certain people, the way safety feels, the way trust feels, which is so different from the constant low-level vigilance of being in the world, so different from the armor. Love is when the armor comes off. Love is when the skin can be just skin again, without calculation, without performance, without the weight of representation. The skin knows the ocean. Not every skin, not every ancestor came from near the water, But for so many in the diaspora, for so many whose ancestors crossed water, they did not choose to cross the ocean, is complicated. The ocean is the thing that took and the thing that received. The ocean is the passage that cannot be undone, the distance that became permanent, the water that severed one world from another. And also, the ocean is the thing that did not win. The people made it across, not all of them, not without devastation, not without loss that has never been fully counted, but some, enough to be here. The ocean did not win. The skin knows this, carries this, the knowledge that the water tried and the people survived, that the water tried and something was preserved. Not everything, not the names, not the languages, mostly, not the kinship structures or the land or the spiritual practices in their original form, not the continuity of knowing who came before and where they came from and what they were called, but something. The body was preserved. The body crossed the water, and the body carried in its cells, in its epigenetics, in its muscle memory and its nervous system and its melanin, the knowledge of everything that had come before. You are what crossed the water. You are what survived the water. And you are standing on this side of it now, with all that knowledge in your skin, accumulated 10,000 years deep, irreplaceable, yours, one skin tone that carries the accumulated wisdom of your ancestors' particular journey. Yes, that is what you are, that is what you carry. That is the gift and the weight and the beauty and the burden and the inheritance and the responsibility and the love and the proof. You in your skin, carrying the journey forward, always forward, into the new world, which is still being made by you, by all of us right now, in this body, in this skin, in this moment, which belongs to the ancestors, and to the children, and to you, most of all, to you, the end. Because the full story of your skin, the full, unedited, unbranded, unpolished story of what it means to wear the particular complexion you were born with is not a simple story. It is not a clean story. It does not have a hero and a villain arranged in clear opposition. It has your grandmother doing something you're ashamed of. It has your great-great-grandfather surviving something that should have killed him by becoming something he is not entirely proud of. It has beauty and it has ugliness twined together so tightly you cannot pull them apart without destroying both. And that is the truth. That is the whole truth. And the whole truth is what we owe each other and ourselves and the children who are watching us, who are listening to us, who are learning from us what it means to be inside a body, inside a history, inside a world that is still in the process of deciding what value to assign to various combinations of melanin. So let us begin. Let us begin at the beginning, which is to say the only place any honest reckoning can begin, in the body, in the actual physical material body, not the body as metaphor, not the body as symbol. The body is the thing you wake up inside every morning, the thing that gets hungry and tired and cold, the thing that feels the sun on the back of its neck, the thing that flinches when someone flinches at it, the thing that relaxes in the presence of people who look like it, the thing that does 1,000 subtle calculations every time it enters a new room, threat assessments, status readings, alliance possibilities, escape routes, calculations so fast and so deep they do not even register as calculations. They register as feelings. They register as the vague sense that something is off, that you need to be careful, that you can breathe here, that you cannot breathe there. Your body is a historian. It knows things your mind has never been told. It carries memory in places words cannot reach, in the way your shoulders tighten in certain situations, in the way your voice drops an octave or rises a register without your deciding to change it, in the way you can walk into a room and know, before a single word has been spoken, whether you are welcome or whether you are tolerated or whether you are in danger. Your body knows these things because they were taught to it not in classrooms but in generations. The lessons were encoded not in text but in flesh. Your grandmother's nervous system learned something and passed a version of it to your mother, and your mother passed a version of it to you, and you did not ask for this inheritance, but you have it, you carry it, it is in you now, and it is doing work you may not even be aware of. Epigenetics is the science of this, the emerging understanding that experience leaves marks on genetic expression, not on the genes themselves, but on the way they are read, and that these marks can be passed down. That the body of someone who survived famine codes hunger differently than the body of someone who never went without food. That the body of someone who survived sustained violence develops a nervous system calibrated to threat in ways that outlast the violence itself. That these calibrations, these nervous system configurations, these ways of reading and responding to the world can be inherited. Your body is a library, and the books in it are written in a language older than any language spoken by human mouths. They are written in cortisol levels and immune responses and gut bacteria and the particular sensitivity of certain neurons in your amygdala. They are written in the specific way your body metabolizes certain foods, which is a record of what your ancestors ate for 10,000 years. They are written in your susceptibility to certain diseases and your resistance to others, which is a record of what your ancestors survived, what parasites they lived alongside, what viruses they developed immunity to through generations of terrible cost. Your body is not a blank slate. It is an archive. It is a record of everything that was done to the bodies that came before yours. This is not a sad thing, though it can feel sad. It is a profound thing. It is, in some ways, the most profound thing about being human, that we are not alone, even in our individual bodies, that we carry the past inside us, not just as memory and story and cultural inheritance, but as biology, as the actual physical substance of our cells. Your ancestors are in you, not as ghosts, not as metaphor, as literal biological material that you inherited from them, and that carries the record of their lives. Think about what it means that your particular shade of skin exists. It means that a particular group of people lived in a particular place long enough for evolutionary pressure to select for that particular amount of melanin. If your ancestors came from a region with intense ultraviolet radiation, your dark skin was not just aesthetically determined, it was a survival advantage. More melanin meant better protection from UV damage, which meant lower rates of folate depletion, folate being crucial for fetal development and DNA repair, which meant higher rates of successful pregnancy and lower rates of certain cancers and mutations. Your dark skin, if you have dark skin, is your ancestor's solution to a very specific biological problem, refined over tens of thousands of years, tested against the reality of living under a particular sun. If your ancestors came from a region of lower UV radiation, lighter skin allowed more efficient synthesis of vitamin D, which is also crucial for immune function, bone density, and fetal development. That is also an answer to a biological problem. That is also accumulated wisdom, encoded in melanin, passed through generations. Neither answer is better, neither is worse. They are both correct answers to the same species-level problem of how to survive under the particular sky you happen to be living under. The hierarchy is not biological. It never was. The hierarchy is political. It was constructed. It was invented. And like all inventions, it served a purpose, specifically the purpose of justifying an economic system that required the labor of some people to be available to other people at no cost, a requirement that could only be met if the people providing the labor were systematically excluded from the moral universe that otherwise would have made enslaving them unthinkable. In order to build a plantation economy, you have to first build a philosophy that makes planting human beings acceptable. And the philosophy that was built was the philosophy of race, not ethnicity, not culture, not language group, not tribe, not nation. These categories existed long before the plantation economy and would exist long after it. The specific concept of race, the idea that humanity is divided into biologically distinct groups, arranged in a natural hierarchy, that some groups are naturally more intelligent, more industrious, more morally developed, more fully human than others. This was not a natural discovery. It was a manufactured product. It was produced by specific people at a specific historical moment for a specific economic purpose. And it worked. It worked so well that 500 years later, we are still living inside it, still using its categories, still organizing the world according to its logic, still arguing about its premises, which means we are still accepting its premise that the premises are worth arguing about, that there is a question here rather than a manufactured category that should be dissolved. You are not a race. You are a person with a particular ancestry, a particular history, a particular set of biological inheritances and cultural inheritances, living in a body with a particular amount of melanin inside a society that has assigned certain meanings to that amount of melanin, meanings that have consequences, real and material and serious consequences that you have to navigate every day of your life. That navigation is real. The consequences are real. But the underlying premise, the idea that your melanin level tells us something important and stable and true about your intelligence, your character, your moral worth, your capacity for civilization, that premise is not real. It was never real. It was always a lie told in service of money. And yet, here we are, still partly organized around that lie, still sorting ourselves and being sorted by that lie, still feeling its weight, still doing its math in the backs of our minds, even those of us who know it is a lie, even those of us who have studied the lie, who can explain the history of the lie, who can cite chapter and verse the moment the lie was told and by whom and why. Because knowing a lie is a lie does not automatically free you from the architecture the lie built. You still have to live in the building. You still have to navigate the staircase, the rooms, the walls that the lie constructed. And the building is old, and the building is large. And the building has been renovated and extended and modernized, and the lie is in the foundation, but the foundation is now underground. And the people who live in the building mostly do not think about the foundation. They think about the rooms. They think about whether they are comfortable in the rooms. They think about which rooms they have access to and which rooms they do not. They think about the cost of the rooms. Some people have always lived in the penthouse of this building. Some people have always been in the basement. And the people in the penthouse have generally been very reluctant to discuss the foundation. Because if you discuss the foundation, you have to discuss how the building was built. And if you discuss how the building was built, you have to discuss who built it and what it cost, and who paid that cost, and who collected on it, and who is still collecting on it, and who has never been paid. These are uncomfortable conversations. They are also necessary ones. They are arguably the most important conversations happening anywhere on the surface of this planet right now, as we try to figure out whether human civilization is going to continue, and if so, in what form and for whom, and at whose expense, and on whose stolen land, and with whose stolen labor, and whose stolen resources, and whose stolen future. These are the conversations that the skin initiates every time you walk into a room. Every time someone looks at you and makes a calculation, every time you look at someone else and make a calculation, every time the calculation turns out to have real consequences for who gets the job, who gets the loan, who gets stopped by the police, who gets the benefit of the doubt, who gets believed, who gets treated, who gets listened to, who gets helped. These calculations are everywhere. They happen in milliseconds. They are happening right now in every city, in every institution, in every interaction between two people whose skin tones are different from each other, and also, crucially, in the interactions between people whose skin tones are similar, because the hierarchy of race does not operate only across the line between white and non-white. It operates within communities of color too, in the complexion hierarchies that colonialism installed inside colonized populations, in the colorism that makes lighter mean better and darker mean lesser inside communities, where both the lighter and the darker have been subjected to white supremacy's overarching violence. Colorism. This word needs to be said out loud. This practice needs to be examined directly, not in the footnotes, not in the parentheses, not in the end. Also, we should mention a side that gets tacked on to the more comfortable conversation about racism as something that only happens between white people and people of color. Colorism is the hierarchy inside the hierarchy. It is the way that white supremacy reproduced itself inside colonized communities, training colonized people to sort themselves by proximity to whiteness, rewarding those who were lighter, who had more European ancestry, who had lighter eyes, whose hair was closer to European norms, with slightly better treatment, slightly more access, slightly more of the resources and opportunities that the colonial system made scarce for everyone, and using that slight differential to create competition and division within communities that would otherwise have organized together against the colonial system itself. It was genius. It was evil genius. And it worked. It worked in the Caribbean, where enslaved people with more European ancestry, almost always the result of rape by enslavers, were sometimes given slightly better working conditions,